fame lab. Christ be. Hold on. Yo, picture me caring, the opinion you sharing. A picture us parent, one-on-one and you staring at your future demise as you cut down the size, down and down and can't rise. There's you and some flies in the area abandoned, result of the cannon for your swindling and scamming. After you examine likelihood of you laying where you stood, a slight reflection will result in your good. I can see your future, collection of your past, added to the present, make sure it gon' last. Reverse the polarity and break your gravity, enforce my authority and cause a tragedy, all made by your actions and verbal aggression. You'll be the next man's lesson. This is my profession. While you stand near novice, a freshman beginner. I got this nigga. I'm a stone this sinner. Yeah.
Mean streets supreme in the east. We all scream peace. Still let them shells release. And don't tell police. Fell in the spell of the beast. I keep killing. I'll be the villain if the crime is billing.
We can go hammer for hammer. I lock it down like the slammer. I AK-47 you clips bananas. You won't like it when I turn green, like David Banner or Luther Rigno. When I crush your larynx, it's rapid fire. When I spit it like a sec and come through the projects like a Vietnam vet, strictly headshots, cause I ain't aiming for your chest. Vietnam, Saddam, drop bombs like Lebanon. 666 like holy water, asheton, madman, insane brain. Get your shit bomb, scientists. I bust like firearms. I bust like firearms.
Mean streets supreme in the east. We all scream peace. Still let them shells release. And don't tell police. Fell in the spell of the beast. I keep killing. I'll be the villain if the crime is billing. Mean streets supreme in the east. We all scream peace. Still let them shells release. And don't tell police. Fell in the spell of the beast. I keep killing. I'll be the villain if the crime is billing. King Christ be the source, son, the cross is heavy. Fame gloss, prove you lost already. But shots off the porch, I'm deadly. Rock with the older G. Queen hoes trying to get a hold of me. At the courthouse, they let go of G. Back on the streets, I'm dealing. Same old feelings coming over me. See my face, every witness a race. Get a legal aid, tell them plead my case. DA should freeze the hate. Next day, I receive my fate. Cops fuck them. I hustle just because my ribs is touching. You know Christ catch him on the button.
Yo, God, what the fuck is this shit? I thought we was teaching, man. We fame lads, man. Yo, this is, don't teach, man. Today's mathematics, you know, student enrollment, 1 to 14, 1 to 14.
Mean streets supreme in the east. We all scream peace. Still let them shells release. And don't tell police. Fell in the spell of the beast. I keep killing. I'll be the villain if the crime is billing. Mean streets supreme in the east. We all scream peace. Still let them shells release. And don't tell police. Fell in the spell of the beast. I keep killing. I'll be the villain if the crime is billing.
Alright. Got the guys in here. Motherland Gardens, Just One. Jigga 717. Musa Deep. So today's that question up there. Today that's it's gonna be a little bit different because I don't have an answer. I'm looking for somebody who knows who that is. Or does anyone out there know who that is? Peace, 793rd. Yeah, 793rd. You a hardcore hip hop head, man. You hardcore with your hip hop, 793rd. Jashin, peace. Musa Deek said that's the Father. Forever Allah, peace to the God. Yeah, we're looking for who is Clarence 13X. Joseph Ali, peace. Musa Deek said that's the Father. King Supreme, peace. The question in the room right now is, who is Clarence 13X? So far we got one answer. Musaddiq said, that's our father. Anybody else out there know who that is? D. Stewart, peace. Jasim said pudding. Now 793rd said that's the name of the father before leaving the mosque. Jeffrey Morrell, Alfonso Brown, peace. Peace to both of y'all. Jigga 1017 said a man who got knowledge, lived it out, developed an understanding, and moved on to building his own according to his understanding. King Supreme said he is the Muslim who became Allah. Joseph Ali said Clarence 13X was the father's Muslim name during his transition in the temple. Yeah, see, I can tell y'all not Muslims. Yeah, see, Musaddiq, you didn't draw it up like that. That's why the question was there. See, Musaddiq, let me ask you a question. What's your name? Musaddiq, now your name is Allah, right? How could your father's name be Clarence? Your last name is the knowledge degree in the alphabet, and his last name is unknown. See, that's just not balanced. Muslims call him Clarence 13X. Just like in your house, your family might have a name that they call you. But other people that's met you throughout time, that's not who they know. See, just like at one time, right? You know, we was boys. You understand what I'm saying? If somebody call us a boy right now, we wouldn't look at that, you know, in a positive light. See, that's just, you know, because I know a lot of y'all brothers that's watching this is new. Never refer to Allah as Clarence. Especially when you saying your name is Allah, you know, King Supreme, you know, Rainmaker of the wonderful heaven and earths. You understand what I'm saying? And then his name is Clarence. That broke it down so that you could be who you are. You understand what I'm saying? That's a matter of disrespect. Same way when you walk out there, you want people to call you Allah. You understand what I'm saying? And if anybody lived that out to a level where you just gotta respect it as what it is, it's a lot. You understand what I'm saying? All those different people, they still went to church on Sunday. Like Barry Goddard, he still probably did whatever his Hebrew stuff, his Jewish stuff that he does. You understand what I'm saying? Mayor Lindsay still had his Christian service. The people from Mattawan, the doctors is not down here. The doctors is not down here, you know, coming to the rally saying, yeah, you know, when Allah came up there to you know, when he was in Mattawan, we all bear witness. But see, they all had to respect him because he was who he said he was. You see what I'm saying? When it came time to produce, he could produce. When he said, yo, look, he wanted to teach some babies, he had the babies. When he, you know, when it came to get him to stop the riots, he stopped the riots. So everybody had to respect him for who he said he is. The last people that need to be disrespecting him for who he said he is one of us, who claim that we bear witness, or we are witness. A second, man, my list done went out over here. Yeah, get back. My comments went down. You know what I'm saying? Another thing that's becoming evident is that it needs to be more disciplined with studying. You know what I'm saying? And for two reasons. First of all, because a lot of y'all is coming to the knowledge at an older age. So, you know, anybody that's been watching the classes for a minute, you remember a couple of weeks ago, there was a brother that came in and he had the universal flag on, and, you know, it was a little bit early for him to be wearing that. You see what I'm saying? And when he was told, you know, look, you need to take that off, he felt some kind of way about it. You know, that's a product of coming into the knowledge at an older age. You know what I'm saying? That's why, you know, one of the reasons why they say, look, teach people that's younger than you. You see what I'm saying? So it's not a head-to-head thing. You understand what I'm saying? That's what happens a lot of time. You know, you try to teach people that's trying to teach you. Oh, let me see if I can get back to my comments over here, man. Back to the... Am I even on? Cat, get out of here, cat.
Fame Lab.
Okay, here we go. I'm back. It looks like I'm back. I'm back. See, Jigga 1017 said cats refer to him as such because they're so spooked out that they feel referring to him as Allah is shirk or blasphemous. Nah, that's his name. See, this is important for this reason too, right? Exactly what Jigga 1017 is saying right here. Our name is not Allah because of no Arabic stuff. Our name is not Allah because nothing will happen in the desert. Unless you're from Queens, something that, and you was taught by somebody in the desert. Our name is Allah because our father's name was Allah. Period. Allah means arm, leg, arm, supreme head. All that other stuff they saying, I understand what the history of certain things is. You see what I'm saying? But what Jigga 1017 is saying is precisely right. That's our name. See, like, look, when you know, 9/11, all type of stuff like that happened, I don't have to be worried about that. They know who I am. They know how I get down. You understand what I'm saying? See, it works the other way too. When you talk to somebody, right? You know, they're 85 and they keep calling Allah the Father. Not your father. Why keep saying the Father for? The man's name is Allah. Quasar Quaco, peace to the God. And Jigga 1017, so I have to clarify that to cats 1,001 times that my Islam ain't from the East. Jigga 1017 said my knowledge was from Detroit and Harlem, man. Yeah, man. You can't get caught up in that. You gotta know what the law world manifest mean. Peace, Lord Hashim. You gotta know what the law world manifest mean. You see what I'm saying? On day one, he said his name was Allah. You understand what I'm saying? I walk with the firstborn. None of them never told me that they got the knowledge from nobody named Clarence. You only hear people who don't know who he is saying that. People who just got the knowledge, and like Jigga 1017 said, they still a little bit disoriented, you know what I'm saying, about just saying Allah. And Muslims, people who don't know him, call him Clarence 13X. But your name cannot be Darkim Be AllahChrist, and his name is Clarence. See, because you gotta remember, let me tell you something. See, you know, his biological family, they're related. They're the children, the family of Clarence. See, this knowledge that we got, it traveled through the mind. It didn't travel through the bloodstream. So we're not related to Clarence. Like your brother was saying, you know, Clarence was a stepping stage that he had to go through. But we got the knowledge from Allah. Your name can't be Allah, and his name is unknown. Yeah, I said like Christian Father Divine. No disrespect to Fakim. Sincere, born Asiatic. Peace to the God. You understand what I'm saying? But that's a very, it's that's a more important thing than you may realize. You know what I'm saying? And another thing I was saying when I got cut off too is, brothers gotta start having more discipline, when they studying, because see, first of all, y'all don't have the system that we had. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like, like right now, you get the knowledge and wherever you at. You know what I'm saying? Like back then, you got the knowledge, and look, I see you in the cipher at the school. Like it wasn't no prepared time. You know what I'm saying? If you didn't know no lessons, you came to the cipher and told brothers why you wanted to get the knowledge. What you know about us, that what make you think we right? What make you think this right and exact? You understand what I'm saying? And you was a part of a system, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, it wasn't really a choice. You know what I'm saying? Like if you didn't go see the guys came to see you. You understand what I'm saying? Good and bad. You know what I'm saying? Not just, you know what I'm saying, brothers, older brothers that come around, see what's going on with the young guys. You know what I'm saying? Make sure we good. But you in this system where you building, you know what I'm saying, 10, 15 times a day, you getting into ciphers. You know what I'm saying? So the discipline that you building up when you doing that is becoming ingrained in you. It's like the military training of men and boys it pertained much more to what we was doing and how we was doing it. You know what I'm saying? All the same, not all, but a lot of the same things that you see, even when you look at the military, where it's like, look, stand up straight, stop laughing, stop smiling. All of these matters of discipline was a part of getting the knowledge. See, that's why you could never show up, right? And somebody asks you what degrees you knowledge, right? And you got to think about it. You see what I'm saying? Quizar Quaco said, how does honorable name and righteous name apply to this bill? See, your honorable, he said, Jeffrey Morrell said, how about Father Allah? See, there's brothers named Father Allah. Who are you talking about? Now, your honorable name, right, that's a name that your parents gave you. Like people say it's a government name and a Christian name and all of these things, right? But that's a name that your parents gave you. You understand what I'm saying? And you carried that with honor because you a righteous man. You see what I'm saying? And if you couldn't carry that with honor, how you gonna carry a righteous name with honor? You understand what I'm saying? Because they gave you that because they saw something in the name. Jiggy said 17, so I got popped in the neck by my former Fruit of Islam brothers. It was told I couldn't teach Allah is Allah on the yard to my fish, and that Master Father Muhammad is Allah. Listen, but look, you know what I tell them? Look, a lot of times when they say Allah, I say, look, which Allah you talking about? You talking about the law with a school on 7th Avenue or the law with a school on 6th Avenue? Because that's what it come down to right now. Temple number 7 is on 6th Avenue and 127th Street, and we on 7th Avenue and 126th Street. Well, actually, we on at a law of justice in the 5%ers way right now. But yeah, you know, sometimes when people are confused, I ask them if they're sure they're not looking for the other Allah. Jeffrey Morrell says some brothers call him Father Allah. Now, you know, that was, you know, the brothers who was around him at that time, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he was a father figure to them, you know, and there was brothers that was calling him that. But his name is Allah. See, that's the thing that is important, because like I was saying earlier, listen, you gotta remember that our name is not Allah because of nothing Arabic. Our name is Allah because our father's name was Allah. You understand what I'm saying? When Allah world manifests, that was the year 1. And on year 1, day 1, he said his name was Allah. See, the same way you don't want your pork eating history to be counted. You understand what I'm saying? If somebody come right now and you saying, yo man, I'm the master, you know, whatever of God and all of this, and they say, man, I remember we used to eat ham and cheese sandwiches together. You gonna be telling them, yeah, but that was then, this is now. Yeah, Allah is his name. The 13X was his name when he went in the mosque. That was, see, 13X, just when you went in the mosque, right? They were saying that your last name was the slave master's name. And that because we went through the science in the 1 to 36, that people ain't know what their actual last name was. So that's why people put X on their name until they chose whatever was gonna be their Muslim name. You know, whatever they had to go through to get their Muslim name. So you see Malcolm X, right? X meant that he was the first person in that mosque to have the name Malcolm. You understand what I'm saying? And 13X meant that Allah was the first person, the 13th person that came into that mosque with the honorable name Clarence. But see, when he said it's day 1 for me, and he manifests what his name is, he said it was Allah, not Father Allah. You understand what I'm saying? We may say that to make a distinction. Because yeah, we all Allah. There's other brothers in the nation named Allah. You understand what I'm saying? But see, when you know, anytime, I'm telling you, that's always a way to identify somebody who don't know them and don't know him through they self. They don't know him through they self. You understand what I'm saying? They haven't seen Allah in themselves. So that's why they still referring to him as Clarence. He said Asai had a lot to do with the misnomers with that book. All them extracurricular names are from Dwight York, Asai, Rabboni, Melchizedek, Malachi, Zodak York, Dr. York. Yeah, you know, yeah, he got quite a few Quizarquaco said he mastered the unknown, but once the unknown was mastered, then the law was manifest. That's a good way to look at it. You know, yeah, there's mathematics to everything. I mean, you could draw it up, you know. We didn't draw all that up, that he had the clear essence. He had the clear essence to see. You understand what I'm saying? I understand all that. But his name is not Clarence. No more than, you know what I'm saying, any one of us want people referring to us by, you know, especially when we saying that, look, our name is our name because we live it out. Like, it wasn't just like, yo, you got a biblical name because somebody liked that name. You got a name that you saying that you living out. So then what? But y'all gotta keep in mind, man, when y'all studying, man, anybody else, man, that, you know, is planning on coming to the class, man, you know, you gotta, you gotta, you know, I'm gonna do a whole separate, what's the name, tomorrow. I'm actually gonna push the question back tomorrow, and I'm gonna give y'all some methods, man. You know, because I don't really know how you could do it without duplicating that. Because see, you gotta hear the lessons, right? And you gotta speak them, because every time you hearing them and every time you speaking them, you're gonna hear something different. Like, you know, in the 13th degree, right? When it said he'd never come back and tell us whether he lied or not. For years, I thought that he was the person that died. And they were saying that the person that died wouldn't come back and tell you what happened to them when they died, because they wouldn't, you know, they never came back and told you whether they lied. I didn't understand that they were saying that he was the devil. And they were saying that a man who dies will never come back and tell you that, nah, all that stuff about Christianity was a lie. It was like about 5 or 6 years I had the knowledge before I realized that. And that's just from me quoting it, and then one day I was like, wait a minute. You're not talking about the person that died. They talking about the devil that's teaching that God is in the sky. But you would never catch that if you just saying it one time, or you just reading it over, or you just master it one time. You understand what I'm saying? If you do it like you did regular education, where, you know what I'm saying, you went there for 12 years, right? And, you know, you got proficient enough to pass the test at that time, but then you didn't really internalize none of that knowledge. You know what I mean? So a matter of time later, somebody asks you a question about it, you don't know it, so you really didn't acknowledge it the way we talking about knowledge in 120 lessons. You not see that's when you start mistaking information for knowledge. You know what I'm saying? When you start thinking that just accumulating the facts and just a body of accumulated facts that's not shown and proven is knowledge, and you start confusing that. You understand what I'm saying? Like I said, you know, knowledge is on many different levels. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, we all on the computer right now, we know how to use it, but not all of us know how to make one. That's a different level of knowledge of computers. And that's the lesson, that's the level of knowledge that you gotta have with supreme mathematics in the lessons. You know what I'm saying? Because it's actually you know, dealing with supreme mathematics in the lessons, right, is like, you know, when a baby is born and they got arms and legs, right, and the arms and legs got a lot of power and potential in them, but The baby still got to go through exercises to learn how to use them. You still got to learn how to use that power. That's arm, leg, arm, supreme head. You understand what I'm saying? You still got to learn how to focus your brain so that you can learn things and all of that. It's the same thing when you're dealing with the mathematics and the lessons. You know what I'm saying? When we going through that study, you actually exercising your power, your creative power. You understand what I mean? Your mind power. You know, being able to analyze things, being able to understand so you can activate properly. You exercising that ability. You know what I'm saying? So then when you get into, you know, real life and you encountering all different types of people, you know, now you already, you know, your awareness is up. You know who you're dealing with and you know how to deal with them. You know what I'm saying? Alfonso Brown said different levels of interpretation upon your current understanding. As your knowledge grows, so does your perspective. Yeah. But see, even with that, that's what I'm saying. Don't, you know, there's a fine line there. But see, the different levels of understanding, right, that's not the same thing what I'm talking about in terms of just the different levels of knowledge. You understand what I'm saying? Because see, like what I'm saying is like back in the time when I was growing up, right, and we had that discipline, you know, system, right. See, we all had the same knowledge, but we all still saw understanding for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? It's not that you have different understanding; it's that everybody sees it for themselves. Because understanding means to see. So if I'm looking at something and I see an ice cream cone, and you looking at it and you see an elephant, right? One of us, our sight is not correct. You understand what I'm saying? Like right now, you know, if you got a number of kids, let's say you got 5 kids, right? And you know, 4 of them look one way, and then one of them is just totally, you know, you might question that. You understand what I'm saying? If that understanding comes from the same knowledge and wisdom. See, that's what's happening. See, yeah, we all got different perspectives. So anything, look, if I put the cup up this way, you see one side of it and I see the other side of it. But see, when I describe what I see and you describe what you see, right? We supposed to be able to understand that, oh, we're looking at the same thing, but oh, now I see, oh, that's the other side of what I was, oh, okay, boom. Now my, you know, our understanding can grow together. You see what I'm saying? We could be one mind on that. But like I said, if, you know, you see a doorknob and I see, you know, a candle, then one of us is our knowledge and wisdom is off. You see what I'm saying? People, man, playing that whack music over there, man. Crap, that drown that crap out. Deep. Everybody just doing the knowledge.
It's 1 o'clock.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you know, that's you know, everybody, man, you know, you know, you gotta be more. You know what I'm saying? And that's one of the reasons why I keep saying, when people keep saying, look, you know, which book should I read and all of this stuff while I'm studying, that's what I'm saying. Like when you reading books, you know, you reading about things. You know what I'm saying? That's a different level than how we internalize the lessons. Like, you know, remember when you learn your multiplication tables and your addition tables and how that was drill to now, right now, if somebody say 7 times 8 is 55, it just throw you off. Even if you don't first know what it is, you like, whoa, no, that's not it. Oh, wait. Because it was drill. You understand what I'm saying? That's how it was when you come into school, you already know, all right, I'm going through my degrees before I get there. Then when we get there, we're going to have a cipher in the morning. You know, then you're going to be seeing people throughout the day in the hallways. Y'all going to have other ciphers. Then it's going to be a cipher in the lunchroom, you know, because we got our table where we at. You know what I'm saying? Then it's a couple more ciphers, you know, in the hallways. Then you got a cipher after school, you know, and then after school, you're going to have the older brothers up there. You know what I'm saying? Then when you get back to the neighborhood after school, you know what I'm saying, you're going to have a, you know what I mean? When you going through that much science, you know what I mean? Like, see me, one method that I used to use when I was studying is that I used to quote all the degrees up to, like, say if I was on the 5th degree in the 1 in 14, then I quoted everything up to that degree, and then I started studying that degree. You see what I'm saying? It takes about 30 minutes to quote 120 if you never attempted it. Quote the whole 120 sometimes. You understand what I'm saying? The whole 120, the same way we take a degree, you know, I go through the 1 in 10, you go through the 1 in 10, you know, or with today's degree, sometimes you start off with knowledge, then the next man take wisdom. If it's only 2 of y'all, then you take understanding. He take culture. You understand what I'm saying? But if it's more of y'all go around the cipher and quote the whole 120. Hear the whole thing together. It takes like 30 minutes. You know what I mean? Sometimes you might be at the job, you know, depending. Some people got jobs where you gotta be listening and talking. But if you got a job where you ain't really doing nothing, instead of singing them songs, quote 120 lessons. Record yourself quoting 120 lessons. Listen to that. See, y'all gotta come up with other things, first of all, because y'all older. Y'all older, so you more responsible for knowing it on your own. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, when you a kid, the older brother's gonna come and make sure you got it. But, you know, now it's like, yo, you know, you 35, I don't wanna be coming asking you to understand the degree in the 1 in 10. You understand what I'm saying? So you more responsible for that, and then even in terms of your life, you know what I'm saying, you probably got things developed. You got things developed in your life where it's like, yo, you know, you already gotta activate. You already gotta be on point. You know what I'm saying? But that's the reality, man, is that sometimes a lot of y'all is, you know, you saying, man, you know, I'm God over here by myself, but yeah, sometimes you gotta be God by yourself. You understand what I'm saying? And when that happens, you know, that's one of the things that keep you grounded. Because you gotta remember, we out here in this whole society, right? We society within a society. So it's easy to get drowned in the greater society. It's easy to get drowned out. And one of the main things that'll keep you grounded is staying on point with your lessons. You see see what I'm saying? You know, the lessons is always the first thing to go. Sadiq, yeah, that's something that, y'all gotta learn, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of things, it's kind of become mythological, you know what I'm saying? But that's what we was doing. Like when you hear people saying, like if you're not from New York, right? You always hear people saying, yo, back when the guys was out there, and you might be thinking like, man, what happened? Like we wasn't out there with like bullhorns and podiums and nothing like that. We used to be out there having ciphers. You know what I'm saying? And anybody that's been in the military or any kind of thing would tell you, man, just a few people that's in order will cause people to do the knowledge, will cause people to have respect. Just a few people that's in order, man. Like when you see just a couple police and they come in, they got the uniform on and just the way they move and everything, people freeze up. Now that's because they being aggressive that people freeze up. But when you come in and other kids just see that, hold up, man, we playing games and these dudes is over here standing in formation. They over here standing in formation, and these things that they saying, man, is crazy. So that was one way how people became interested in the knowledge, is they used to see us places having ciphers, and a person would, just come up to you and ask you after the cipher, like, yo, I heard you say this right here, man. Why you said that? You know what I'm saying? Or it might be somebody who was curious already, you know what I'm saying? And, they hear you, they see you building in the cipher, right? And then it's like, all right, they might have been curious, but they was a little apprehensive about the first people that they knew that had the knowledge. But then he know me from math class, so he'd come up and say, yo, I saw you, you know what I'm saying, building a cipher. You look like you know what I'm saying? Look, I was always interested in that, but I didn't know how to, how you became 5%. You see what I'm saying? And just also, the camaraderie that you see, amongst brothers that's, you know what I'm saying, in certain, age groups is because we grew up together like that. You understand what I'm saying? Or you ever see how certain brothers will come on and ask a question, right? Like Lord Shallah or Life. You know what I'm saying? Now see, those brothers, they got the knowledge more like 80, 81, 82, 83. You understand what I'm saying? So when I'm getting the knowledge, these are the older brothers. So I've been hearing these questions since I already know exactly what they asking, because I grew up in a system under them. You see what I'm saying? Until the early 90s, until the Giuliani era and the other things I was saying, in the other video, it was a constant system. It was like the military. You got people that's finishing their service, and you got people that's signing up every day. You know what I'm saying? So you got brothers that's hitting the age 20, 21, they might, even at 18, they might go away to college. You know what I'm saying? Or they might, start having their babies. They got to start working or whatever. So now they don't have as much time. But it's new brothers coming into the knowledge all the time. You see what I'm saying? So that remained like a constant thing. So that's why, when people out there, they, you got those older brothers and they stuck it. It's because we have one way for decades. So when somebody, in 1987 got the knowledge, you got the same knowledge somebody got in 1977 that somebody got in 1967. And that's why you see me saying the things I be saying about, listen, man, I don't see where y'all going with this change in the lesson. I don't see where you going. And let me tell you something. You can't say you want everything to be like it was back in the days, but then you don't want to do nothing like we did it back in the days. So how you think it's going to be like that? And, just a lot of things, even when people hear about it, you hear about a lot of the, things that happen every once in a while, you know what I'm saying? The universal beatdown, people getting bombed and all that. But the reality is that was a system of discipline that, I could say I'm a product of that. And a lot of other brothers, whether they want to admit it or not, they a product of that. You know what I'm saying? That the way we keep everything to see, like, you can't do that in the army. Like, you can't come in. If your feet is too big, you can't be in. Because we ain't changing nothing for you. But see, the army is life and death. So people is, you could do what you want if you want. But then your head's going to get blown off anyway, and they ain't going to have to worry about you. Yeah, see, there goes life right there. You understand what I'm saying? Life would be able to tell you what I was just saying. That we was a product of that system, you know what I'm saying? And right now, all of y'all got to understand that system and institute it for yourself and for the people that you teaching. You see what I'm saying? Because that's why, you know what I'm saying, that kind of sticks with me, man. I don't like that. When you ask a brother with degrees, he's knowledge, man. And see, you gotta understand what to know means. We don't believe. Listen, Tom, like you couldn't say I think this. You couldn't say I feel that. And see, you may think that's semantics, but see, you gotta remember, all of that, you just talking and you ain't paying attention to what you saying, all that's discipline, man. And then when you start getting products of that cipher, now listen, you gotta remember, I'm talking about just on a regular day, but see, now you got those days, you got those brothers like your, freedoms, Papa Wu. You know what I'm saying? You got certain brothers that, listen, when they building, Dumont, you can hear them. They could be inside the rally. You hear them outside and say, yo, you know what? Let's go in there and check out what the God is saying. Or even, 85s. There was certain brothers that when they build, 85s just stopped and did the knowledge. It's like, whoa, what's going on over there? And then when they got over there, person was talking about the black man as God. It's that simple. What people are talking about when they saying that they used to hear that the black man is God, everywhere we went, when we left where we was going, we had a cipher. And when we got to where we was going, we had a cipher. And look, it affected the world on all different levels. Like, see, when we came in and we had a cipher, then they already knew those 25 kids right there, leave them alone. They're clearly together. You understand what I'm saying? The women, those 25 cats right there, yeah, they're a little bit sharper than everybody else. Let's go over there. Any other guys that was in the area that we may not have known? Whoa, that's the cipher over there? That's the guys? Oh. Y'all brothers got the knowledge, man. What's going on over here, man? We having a cipher? That was we demonstrated certain, see, that's why that could never be zero. That could never be zero what we was doing. That could never be zero. And then, like I said, see now, I keep saying for kids because really that's the science. When you give it to the kids, and the kids take it into school and they do it like that, that's it really effective. So you could tell them as an older person, you understand what I'm saying? But it's really, kids is learning from other kids, man, and everything. Yeah, see, life said discipline, dedication, and duty, no excuses. Yeah, it wasn't, back then you couldn't say even excuse me. You know what I mean? You got the excuse. You excuse for living? What you got to excuse you? We only said pardon me. That's what I'm saying. All those different things that you learned, that was the discipline of speaking, man. That's why when you go to the rally, you notice if they offer somebody a microphone, most people refuse it. Because you learn the art of speaking and how to say the right thing. See, that's why when you see those different videos that's on the internet with brothers speaking, Allah is there. It's not like Allah wasn't there, so then whoever was there spoke. Nah, Allah was there. And they used to come to interview him, and he used to tell them, nah, interview my son right there. He tell you what time it is. But it's literally, you know what I'm saying, what life is, constantly putting in there. It's literally practice, man. It's practice. It ain't no magic formula. It ain't, if you college educated, it ain't if, your background, you already was Islamic or, you was vegan or something before you got to there. None of that counts, man. It's building in those ciphers, man. That's what strengthened us, see what I'm saying? And we stuck with it. And when we stuck with it, the understanding grew. The ciphers, that was how you distinguish yourself to become chosen. You see what I'm saying? Like some of us was fortunate where, we already got the knowledge, or we was from a tree where, it was already well developed. But even with that, you gotta be out there in the ciphers in your age group and distinguish yourself as a leader, as a teacher. You understand what I'm saying? And then brothers would drop the rest of the jewels on you because they know that you the one that's gonna go back to the cipher and drop that on everybody. They wouldn't tell everybody. They would tell the people that they knew was gonna go back and tell everybody. But brothers would see that through, you know what I'm saying? Or like the older brothers like life, you know what I'm saying? you know, you couldn't really maintain with them. Like they would come around at the school, right? And they build us and everything, but then when they going to do what they going to do, yeah, nah, y'all gotta maintain, man. But then eventually, when you distinguish yourself, brothers just say, yo, you rolling? You come with us to the, you understand what I'm saying? And that whole brotherhood, see, that's why you see certain people around us too. Because see, they see that family nature, man, of how we grew up together and all that camaraderie, and they want to be a part of it, and they don't understand how it was built. They don't understand how it was built. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you know, just like you gotta, you know, how are you related to a person that's at the family reunion? They don't understand where the lifeblood traveled through. You understand what I'm saying? That's how we came in tune. And you know, when I keep saying walk with God, it was easy to walk with God when I got the knowledge. Every third person or something in 1987 had the knowledge. If you couldn't go to the store on the corner to get milk for your moms without seeing God. See, life said the culture of our God was and is no playing matter, and you were held responsible for what you said and did, regardless of whom or what. Words bond. Urban Gorilla, peace, God. You know what I'm saying? And that's how you really gotta get, you know, to where you want to go. And see, that's what I'm saying. Like I don't really see how you could do that and be studying all these other things. You know what I'm saying? And you trying to come from all these different perspectives, right? And you know, still be on your square. I don't really see how you could do it. Because how many people you run into, right, that got our mindset? How many other people you running into? Mahadi, what's the signs? Yo, Mahadi, what's your blog? Put your blog in there. You know, y'all, the young brothers, if y'all want to read some good stuff, man, check out Mahadi stuff. And see, that's really, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that, you know, that's gonna be, you know, like I said, that type of bond that we build, you know what I'm saying? When we building like that in the ciphers, and you know, when we all going around certain brothers, you know what I'm saying? You know, we go around this brother, we see, oh snap, we all over here. You understand what I'm saying? Or, you know, life, you know, he's from a La Real Street, you know, La Real be in my house all the time. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like it ain't no real degrees of separation between us because we all experience the same knowledge. That's why you can't be changing the lessons, man. That's why you can't be changing the fundamental things, you know what I'm saying? You know, when you try to change this into some type of organization, right? That got a different set of criteria for how you gonna be in it. The only criteria you supposed to have for this is pay attention. Now, whether you sincere or not, that's just the type of person you are. Your word gotta be bond. Once we told you, that's the signs. Gary Miller and Mike G, peace. Right, Musa D. See, not many people have this mindset. So that's what I'm saying. Everything that you studying, the person is writing it from their mindset. Like I was saying yesterday about the science of, when they tell you that Christianity, or when we tell you that Christianity is 551 years old, right? And Buddhism is 35,000 years old, it's to let you know that original people have been doing things way longer than the devil been doing things. We not on their timeline. So it's the same thing when you dealing with different people. They mindset, they try and fit you in their timeline. Like for instance, right? How many people you go up to, right? And you tell them about yourself. Like you like, yeah, I don't eat pork. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I don't believe in Christianity. And they say, oh, you a Muslim? Because they can only fit you into what they know about. That's the length of their naked eye. The distance that they naked eye can see. Because they can only understand things in terms of what they know. See, just like people that consider us a gang, it's because they can only understand a group of black men, right? Young black men, right? Young black teenagers. They can only understand us as a gang. Because that's the only thing they ever seen. Like one time I saw it on one of these, it was a video, right? Where it was some little kids, this was about maybe 5 years ago, right? And it was some little kids, they was about 4 or 5 years old. And they gave them a cassette tape. And the little kids was looking at it. They was all passing it around like, yo, you know what this is? Like, nah, like, is it some kind of toy? Like, how you play with it? You know what I'm saying? They couldn't figure it out. Because they never saw nothing like that before. They didn't have no way of understanding it. So if you're dealing with everything in life in that kind of way, where you dealing with everything in a way you don't understand, like you don't have a way to categorize things. That's what mathematics is. It's a way to categorize everything. Because mathematics is infinite, right? It's infinite, but it's definite. See, it's infinite because we know, well, 1 is the highest number. But we know that numerically, you could go on and on, right? Numerically, you could go on. But at the same time, every number one can only be 1. It can't be 2. It can't be 3. You understand what I'm saying? So it's definite. It's definite. So that's why, everything that you got, whether it's a telephone number, your address, your age, your height, your shoe size, you understand what I'm saying? It can always be categorized mathematically. When the scientists, the physicists, the chemists, the biologists, when they break everything down and they do all what are they doing? They doing formulas. They breaking everything down to mathematics is the simplest element, you know what I'm saying, that everything is built from. Musa D said that really sounds like them. Who's them? The people that think you Muslim? That happened to me and my family. When I first came in the house and told them I don't eat pig, you know what I'm saying? They first asked me if I was a Muslim. And I didn't really, when they said it, it kind of threw me off because I just was dealing with the brothers. They told me that we was the gods. And I didn't even get to the 1 to 36 yet. So I didn't see nothing that said Muslim. I just, so when they said that, I was like, yeah, why you asked me that? Nah. And I just walked on. I didn't tell them that, no, I'm a 5%. I just said no. Jigga 1017 said, that irks me. tell folks that I ain't been a Muslim since '94, but they still continue to put me in that box because I'm different. Yeah. You know, but, you know, that's the limit of a person's understanding. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got, you know, it's history, right? You know, that when the dudes go to do their archaeology, right, it's things that they destroyed. You know, when they go to Asia, they go to Africa, it's things that they destroy because it don't fit into their mindset. Like, it doesn't, you know, it doesn't stand the reason that these people that they look at as all savages could have built any of the stuff that's here. See, because they searching for trillions of years too. They searching for trillions of years for any other thing that could be true, except that the black man is God, and that they gonna have to go. And it's not even a balance thing. It's a simple matter of when their useful land is no longer available to be used, right? When their useful land is no longer there to be used, they don't have another way to survive. Like, I'm just talking about just on the most basic plane of economics. If you don't have no slaves, it's going to be rough going as a master. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be rough going as a master, man, if you ain't got no slaves. Jiggy 1017 said, and even then I have to explain to them that I was never a Muslim. I was a practitioner of the teachings of Elijah, but never a Muslim. Mahadi says some of my family still calls me a Muslim. They don't get it, especially the ones that don't speak English. Yeah, man. You know. But we gotta look at that. See, when we reading all these different things and you getting caught up in all these different things, you know what I'm saying? You gotta realize that a lot of these things are just part. Like, this mindset is like when I was saying with, you know, Latin culture, Hispanic culture, whatever you want to call it, right? And, you know, all over the Caribbean, right? Every island, all over South America, right? In America, whatever. We all retain certain elements of our culture, right? But because we separated by mentality, we not putting those elements of the culture again together. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, I give you an example of something that they did it in, right? In jazz music. See, in jazz music, when the Spanish people put their flavor in it, and it came into something, you know what I mean, that was greater than either one of them was doing on their own. See, it's other things like that just was able to be manifested because brothers came together in a forum where it's like, all right, this music is the unity now, and now we can overcome whatever is the separation. If that happened on every plane, right, then they don't got no more useful land. Real record said got built on today's degree. I tell you, man, that's our Master Jihad and King Asiatic. You building degrees with me, I'd rather you be right here. You said Elijah started out as a poor righteous teacher, then what he became. He said Elijah became rich. I mean, you know, I ain't gonna say that he set out to use him in that way, but Malcolm was useful land in that way. Malcolm was useful land in that way. You know what I'm saying? In that, he pretty much, I'm not saying Malcolm X is a woman, but I'm saying that them two together was like the 23 chromosomes and the 23 chromosomes that built that. You understand what I'm saying? Elijah planted the seeds, but Malcolm really grew it to what we know it as, at least. Born of love, peace to the God. Powerful, righteous teacher is more right and exact. That's how I see it. We got to take the poor out. That threw me off for years. Yeah, we definitely got to take the poor out. You know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, you got to remember, it's always going to be percentages. Just like it was 70% and 30%. You understand what I'm saying? And, the world got to turn. The world got to turn. You know what I'm saying? But when the world turns, right, are you repeating history or are you renewing history? You know what I'm saying? When you renewing it, you taking the best part for self. Allah, peace. When you renewing it, you taking the best part for self and not repeating the same mistakes. Not being the same useful land for the same people, for the same masters. You understand what I'm saying? See, that's taking the devil off your planet. You see what I'm saying? Because it's a lot of things. Like, look, when you look into 1 and 36, right? When you look into 1 and 36, how many things in there was done to you by a white man? Like, how many of us was it a white man that took us to church and told us to fear God? How many of us was it a white man that gave us our first taste of the wrong foods? You understand what I'm saying? See, like, how many of us is killing how many of us? See, that's all being useful land. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of us, man, some places you gotta realize, man, listen, man, the gangs that came about, some of them is like the KKK's dream. The KKK could have never dreamed of killing as many of us as we've killed of ourselves. That's it. That's in their wildest imagination, they wouldn't have put up the numbers that we put up on ourselves in some years. That's being useful land. When we're being the ones that's actually, we so indoctrinated that it's like a perpetual motion machine. They don't have to do nothing except add poverty. And then that poverty bomb just goes off and off and off and off and off and off and off. And you don't know how to deal with it because you don't have no knowledge. Not of who you are and who everybody else is and how you're supposed to activate in the midst of all that. My what's the name went down again? It's all good though. You haven't. You gotta work something out with this plug, man. Plug keep coming out. You know what I'm saying though? But that's what, you know what I'm saying, in all those different ways. And I ain't talking about, you know, I don't like when that happens. Like, look, if we talking about police brutality, don't bring up black on black crime. Like, I don't like when, you know, when we say, yo, you know, when a person, we talking about police brutality, and the first thing before the person get into what happened, they say, well, you know, first of all, I want to say, you know, that, you know, mostly all the cops is good cops. That's kind of a misnomer for me. Because if you a good cop, why you ain't arresting none of them criminals you work with? How you come to work with them every day and you don't see nothing, but you a good cop? But I understand the concept, but don't bring it up when we talking about the bad cop. You see what I'm saying? You see, if anybody ever been in court, right? When you go to court, the DA don't never say, well, you know, this kid was, you know, he was in Sunday school and he used to be on the honor roll. No, we ain't talking about that. We want to know what happened on this day right here at approximately this time in this place. One of Allah said, we are teachers of the poor. We are teachers of those who have poor knowledge, and that's how I see us, poor righteous teachers. I could see that. You understand what I'm saying? But at that time, they meant poor. And it is something that, you know, you know, on this poor part of the planet Earth, you know what I'm saying? You know, the people already got poor mentalities. Like, I see what you're saying right here. You know, people got poor knowledge. You understand what I'm saying? But we in a system right now, right, where, you know, Yacub is supposed to create 366 degrees of illusion. You understand what I'm saying? And for me, the way I draw up, you know, the illusion, that 6 is money. That 6 is money. See, instead of having knowledge, wisdom, understanding, freedom, justice, and equality, the 6 you got is money. And then that money is supposed to get you good enough food, clothing, and shelter, right? So that you will have love, peace, and happiness if your food, clothing, and shelter is on a certain level. You understand what I'm saying? So, money, you know what I'm saying, to a certain degree, you know what I'm saying, amongst these people, you know, money is a god. So one thing you're gonna have to do, right, is master that science. I can't understand. That's not be meant to see it. You understand what I'm saying though? People is worshiping money as a god, so you're gonna have to master that. Like whatever it is that people like, you know, the brothers that had the knowledge for a while, they remember, man, back in the days when they used to tell us that, look, whatever you're gonna do, be the best at it. Whatever you're gonna do, be the best at it. Be the master of it. You understand what I'm saying? Rather it's just dancing at a party. Be the best dancer. You see what I'm saying? Because you're gonna have to, you remember it's a story in the Bible where it's a Jewish guy, I can't remember which one it was. Right? And he's there. This is when they coming into Palestine and they fighting back and forth with the people back in the biblical times. And somehow him and the guy challenge each other's gods. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, if your God is true or whatever, tell him to do something right now. And then the other dude asked the other dude the same thing, and he made a whole bunch of locusts come and run him off, run the other people that believed in the other guy off the mountain. You know what I'm saying? Or, I've never researched this in depth, right? But they were saying that the snake, right? The snake was a revered symbol in a lot of the religions that came before Christianity. So that's why they vanquished the snake and made the snake the devil in all the new religions that came after that era. You understand what I'm saying? So you're gonna have to master those things. You know what I'm saying? If even in the most simple form, right? Anything you try to teach somebody, right? They're gonna be more apt to learn what you're saying if you've done it yourself. Like, if you sending people on a mission that you didn't accomplish yourself, then yeah, they're gonna be like, we don't really know. So you gotta go out there and master that. You know what I'm saying? When people get the knowledge, at first they gotta see something in you. Cause they, you come in around brothers, man, you eating pig, you've been believing in Christianity, 14 years. You gotta observe something in the people that they've mastered things that you like, all right, now I'm ready to do the knowledge to what you're saying. So, in terms of, I ain't saying you gotta get caught up in greed, but see, first of all, you gotta understand what money is. Money, if you just take money back to the barter system, take everything else away and just say we're dealing with the barter system, right? Now look, I might have watermelons, right? That's what I grow. I grow watermelons. And you might have onions. Like that, you grow onions, right? Now you want some watermelons, but I don't eat onions. And just in case if we ever together, somebody's gonna buy me a sandwich or something, don't get no onions on my sandwich. So now, how we gonna make the barter though? How we gonna make the barter if I don't want no onions? You can't make me take the onions. What you could do now is you could go across town and trade your onions, right, to somebody that got strawberries. And then when you come back, I'll trade you the strawberries for the watermelon because I like strawberries. But now see that. So now if we got some substance, right, or some some idea, right, that we all agree on. Like, we all agree that this is worth something, right? Now, you don't have to go all the way over there to trade. You don't have to make 2 transactions to make 1 transaction, right? So if you just look at money strictly in that sense, right? Not in, not from the greed angle that, money is the root of all evil. When you're just looking at it from the standpoint as it's something to facilitate the movement of goods between people for the people's benefit, right? If you're just looking at it like that, then, it's nothing wrong with money. It's something wrong with the way people deal with money. But we in a place where, food costs money. Education costs money. So we can't be playing games with how we seeing money. You know what I mean? Money is not esoteric for me. Money can't go past 6. There's no, there's no way to draw up George Washington's face on the money like this is somehow righteous. Let me see. Repeating, renewing, and reestablishing are 3 different aspects of history. Yeah, reestablishing. That's it. That's a science right there too. Reestablishing. See, that's a science. See, every one of y'all that's out there in a place where y'all out there by yourself, you know what I'm saying, you the only God or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Where you out there by yourself, you the only guy, yeah, you actually reestablishing this science, man. Like you're being Allah in that cipher over there. For those people, just like, look, for every one of us in our family, we Allah. They don't know nothing about it. They just, I'm talking about if you got babies and all of that. When they trace back their line, they know you got the knowledge. You was the person that brought this to them. Your woman ain't supposed to be bearing witness to a, brother from 1964. She's supposed to be bearing witness to you. You know what I'm saying? And you gotta reestablish that in every cipher that you go in. See, it's hard if you're not true in living and you're not consistent. And you're not consistent with that discipline. See, because that's something about principles. Principles really don't mean nothing without consistency. Like you can't, without consistency, there's no need to say you got principles. Jeffrey Morrell said money is not real. Well, that's what I was talking about, Jeffrey Morrell, as far as the Golden Arms, Peace of the God. Jeffrey Morrell said, I understand what you're saying, but that's now of what you're saying. It wasn't like that. I ain't really sure what you're saying. It's not like that, but I'm just saying that, you gotta understand that, look, the stock market was invented on us, man. Like, that's just, look, when it comes to money in America, man, it's only build and destroy. Like, maybe, you know, if you travel to other places and, you know, you might, but look, man, in America, it's only build or destroy, man. Like, we, you know, and if you either making the money or the money is being made off of you. And what I'm saying is that we can't afford to be useful land anymore. And as long as we poor, we're gonna remain the useful land. We're gonna remain the guinea pigs, man. We're gonna be in the schools where they put all they, you know, indoctrination. We're gonna go to the hospitals where they do all the experimentation. That's a matter of mastering where we at and mastering our situation. Yeah, like I said, man, we know where the lines are. We know the lines of what you can do and what you can't do. We know who the 10% is, right? And we don't want to cross into that, but don't make everything, you know, reality is just reality. Like, here's a question for the room. Here's a question. The earth weighs 6 sextillion tons, right? How much do it weigh with all the people on it and all the buildings and the cars and everything? How much does it weigh then? Who's it? Jeffrey Morrell? Yeah, see now, Raphael Saint, peace, he said it's the same. Musaddiq said it's the same. And the answer is that it's the same because all of that stuff came out of the earth. All these buildings that we live in, the wood they got from the earth, the concrete, the gas you got in your car, all that came from out of the earth. And that's what money is, something that facilitate, you know, how we deal with those goods. It don't have to have, you know, these you know, the particular pictures that they got on them right now. But you gotta understand that anything that we dealing with that's facilitating, you know, food is real. And in America, it costs money. So I would say, you know, it's on that particular one, it's more important for us to take the poor out. Yeah, you saying food and water should be free. But it's not, though. You know what I'm saying? You know, look, even in terms of labor, food and water is not free. So you gotta understand that food and water is not free. Like, see, put like this. You spend money on food so that you don't got to go out in the forest and hunt it. That's not free. Time is money. Like right now, if you had to go out and hunt, right? You had to go out and hunt deers and stuff like that, right? Then you wouldn't have time, you know, the same amount of time to spend with your kids or something like that. You know, there's a cost to everything. Money is just something that all the costs is shifted over to, so that we pay for all these little things. I'm not saying that that's the perfect system, but I'm just saying that right now, we in this poor part of planet Earth, we got to master the science over here. We can't master the science in the Garden of Eden 6,000 years ago when everything was perfect. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you got to realize that, look, Yacub existed. You know what I'm saying? And the devil is made now. And there's no backseas. There's no backseas, man. Like, look, after you pass the understanding degree, right? The lessons get down to business, man. Once you pass the understanding degree, the lessons get down to business, man. And let you know, listen, man, we gonna have to give all that we have and all within our power, man. So, you know, once upon a time, we used to say that, man, yo, look, freedom ain't free. Like right now, for us to be here saying what we saying, somebody had to risk their life, right? And return to the essence, man. He risked his life. And, I mean, it worked out in the end because we here. But that, you know, us getting the knowledge wasn't free, man. So, you know, you gotta draw up what you're saying, man. So what is gonna be the benefit, man? You know, you saying food and water is supposed to be free. We not supposed to be poor. And I ain't talking that evangelical science, you know, about, you know, Jesus wants everybody to be richer and all of that, but I'm just saying we not supposed to be poor. Only reason you supposed to be poor, right, is if you don't till the land of yourself. If you don't till the land of yourself and you allow somebody else to till the land and you become useful land for them. And that's the way it is in America, man. Either they gonna be useful land or we gonna be useful land. How much is used by the original man? How much is used by the devil, right? Now look, it don't say how much is just left over after that. It don't say how much is left over. What's the spare? What's the spare land that's left that we could just go be over there? You understand what I'm saying? You know, in you know, actual history, they had something called a rush for Africa. And that was the last of the land. That was the last of the land that wasn't accounted for. You understand what I'm saying? That's the last of the land that wasn't accounted for. So now, in order for you to make that useful land, you got to take the devil off your planet. And you can't be dealing with that poverty bomb. Poverty is a bomb that just keep going off, man, in people's life. That's what they know, that they could just, as long as they got people in poverty, you're going to have an amount of problems that's so urgent that's gonna be putting you in such desperate situations that you will never be able to change your situation. Yeah, Lucifer said use your brain or someone will use it for you. Yeah. Real Record said, can Caucasians receive the 1 in 40? Yeah, why not? What's in the 1 in 40? Yeah, but see, when you ain't got no money, it's hard to take the devil off your planet, man. Like that's something. Look, that's the reason why I don't know how many of y'all heard that, but Allah said for everybody to go to school, or get a job or learn a trade, because He already knew that if you don't have no money, then the devil is going to attack your planet. Your ideas is going to go crazy because you're not, you know what I'm saying? Like that's just something that we got to master here, because that's a part of being in this poor part of the planet Earth. God said we live in a capitalist society. Everybody got to pay, and somebody always going to owe somebody else. The wealth of the world is the children. And see, that's what I'm saying. Whatever is needed to make them develop, you got to master that thing. And in America, one of those things is money. You understand what I'm saying? Like you can't, see that's something that, I don't know what happened. But, somehow they destroy all of the initiative and ingenuity in black people that way, and made us think that, success is bad. If you ever look at that era, like look, black people got out of slavery in 1865. By 1875, 1880, they was doing the thing. They had, towns all over, businesses, to come up what's going on, because they understood what everything was. They understood what land meant, because they seen firsthand that, hold up, the difference between me and the slave master is he got land and he got those guns. See, now people came to this point where you think you can exchange ideas with them and then somehow come to an agreement. No, all you're going to do is keep building trading posts with him, where he's going to end up being the trader and the traitor. And he's going to cause it to be traitors on your side, by promising they're going to live in luxury at your expense. Real Record said, one who just don't get the 20th degree and up. He said it don't make sense. Yeah, does he just have 120 lessons? Does he have the knowledge? Because, I mean, it don't make sense to a lot of people. Yeah, Guccifer said because he won't keep his word. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. See, Jeffrey Morrell said this is nothing but a rat race, especially when it comes to money. No, see, the rat race is when you are the useful land. What do the rats do? What do the rats do? They get used for experiment. See, you gotta understand that that's what capitalism is. Like, if you're gonna be in a capitalist system, right? Look, you gotta master capital. Like, if you're gonna play football, you gotta master a football. If you're gonna play basketball, you gotta master doing things with a basketball. So we in this capitalist system, and we gotta survive within it, because look, and they don't need us going no place. We done built all this. Where we going? Where we going? We just gonna leave them with it? So we now in this capitalist system, a society within a society, a baby nation that's just growing. So we gotta play this capitalist game. Then we better master capital. Any game you win, you better master it. You know, if you in the drug game, you better have drugs. You understand what I'm saying? There's a lot of things, you know, our preference, if we had our utopia, but utopia don't exist. That's just the history. That's the history, like the brother was saying, that somebody don't understand the 20th degree and up. Look, that's just the history of how we got to here. That's the history of how we got to here. Like when you look at the 1 in 36, right? Then, you know, you saying that food and water should be free. I mean, you know, probably in an ideal situation, that's true. But the fact is that the 1 in 36 occurred, right? And now we got to swim 9,000 miles. See, because remember, man, all of this could only occur, right, with us losing the knowledge. See, in the 28th degree, it tells you he promised them more gold for their labor than they was earning their own country, right? But the knowledge degree already told you we preserve the best part for ourselves and put them on the worst part. So then you have to lose that knowledge. You have to lose that knowledge and the understanding that you had chosen for yourself the best part. Right? You have to lose all of that in order to follow somebody who's telling you that, nah, they got something better over there. So now that we lost that knowledge of self, right? Now this is the situation. That's why I said once you pass 33, it's pretty much telling you the situation, man. It's pretty much telling you the situation. Now look, all right, you've been filled in. You've been filled in. Look, in the 1 in 40, it takes you from the planet, from the beginning of time that never began. From the year one, we predicted history, right? All the way up to February 20th, 1934. Which at that time was now. Every time we quote it, right? We bring it up to date. So that is, we going from year one to now. So it's about, what we gonna do, how we gonna do it. Because see, if we don't master money, right, then we gonna do what we still doing right now, which is what? Dependent on the government. Who is what? Who are they? You understand what I'm saying? So mastering that science, man, we gotta do that to show and prove who we are. Real Record said the trailer in the 1 in 36 was half original. That's how he interpreted the devil language to the original people. Now, I never heard that one. John Harding Hawkins was white. John Harding Hawkins was Sir Francis Drake's cousin. The Sir Francis Drake from the British Navy, that was his cousin. Crucifix said, I wonder if record labels sign artists as a strategy to shelve them to keep the artists from competing in the market or getting their music out. There's always a game in play. I mean, they control, they control the, see, I was telling about media, right? How when you look at, they control the creative power of people, right? Through the media. Because when you look at different media, right? If I give you a book, you got to use your imagination to know what the people look like and to know how they sound and what kind of exclamation they using. All of that's in your imagination. If they tell you the person baked the pie, you got to imagine how it smelled. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I give you a radio, right? Now it's the same story, but you don't have to imagine no more how the people sound. You see what I'm saying? You don't have to, your imagination don't have to be as powerful now. Now once I give you TV, right? Now you don't have to imagine, really hardly nothing. So now your mental, your imagination, your creative power starts to atrophy. You understand what I'm saying? Like if you see anybody on this board that's above a certain age would tell you that we used to make up games and make toys. Like used to make bikes, all types of stuff. We used to build stuff. But see now, little kids, they all play the same game. You understand what I'm saying? That video game got the same pattern for every kid in the world. So they can control people's mental, they can control people's mind state through the media. You understand what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, whatever message they want to put out there, they can do that. They don't necessarily, need to sign anybody. You know what I'm saying? The reason you got people in the beginning stages of hip hop, like the Public Enemies and the Rakims, was because they hadn't caught on yet. You know, they hadn't caught on to the magnetic power of hip hop or what the brothers was actually saying on those records. See, Allah said government, I don't need no government, I govern myself. But that's what I'm saying. In order to do those things, you know what I'm saying? It's like, look, you know, in order to survive, you either gotta, you know, you're gonna have to organize labor. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to organize labor, meaning, you know what I'm saying? You know, some people gotta grow food, some people gotta build houses, some, you know what I mean? In order for it to be a society, in order for it to be more than a group of people. And I'm saying that however you facilitate that, that's money. That's gonna be of value. Like, even if we farming, right? If we farming, like the brother said, the babies, you know, us, ourselves, we our greatest resource. Our knowledge, right, on how to farm is worth something. There's people that'll give you things if you go over there and show them how to do it. You understand what I'm saying? Things have value. And what, you know, how we assign it, you know what I'm saying, it don't necessarily have to be prescribed by the devil. But when we talking about building a society, right? When we talking about actually, you know, taking things to higher and higher levels, you know what I'm saying? You know, the reality is that, listen, the supplies at the school for this construction that's been being done, that costs money. You understand what I'm saying? Like the guy said, man, you know, you know, you taking a vow of poverty, you know, you renouncing the personal worldly possessions and instead engage in communal sharing of resources. You know what I'm saying? But see, even when you do that, you sharing the community resources and you also sharing the community labor. And see, that's why I always tell people that, to me, we dealing with all that because first you got to be one mind. You see what I'm saying? Because look, that's the thing when you get to those communal situations like that, right? Is that, okay, if everybody sees that, okay, it's not about money, it's not about greed, they're going to give me some food anyway, right? Then you're going to have certain people that's not of the same mind, that don't have the same discipline, that's going to see that, yo, I don't need to work. I don't need to divide the labor. I don't need to spend. I don't need to spend of myself, which is the real resource. We was the original, the stock market was designed off of us, man. Like, we not, you know, we in the middle of a business. Like, I don't know about other cities, but New York is New York Corporation. They don't say it all the time. But if it's like a legal case, the lawyers that represent New York are representing New York Corporation. So if you're in the middle of a business and you don't understand it, then yeah, you're gonna be in trouble. Jeffrey Romel said, I'm Dominican, right? I can go right to my grandparents' farm and eat off the land for free. Why would I charge the next man for free that comes from the land? Well, what if you got babies? See, you know, there's only so much crops you can grow. See, this is what I'm saying when I say don't get caught up in just the paper dollars. Understand that things have value. That if I spend my time building a house for you, right? If I spend my time building a house for you, right? Then look, I wasn't out collecting my berries or whatever that I was supposed to do. Okay, the least you could do, right, is deal in equality with me and give me a plate of food. When I didn't spend my time that I could have spent doing what I had to do, I spent that helping you. that value is something. Yeah, see? How he said, in DR, everywhere you go, they try to poor rate you. Family, cops, women, everybody cries broke and shares their financial problems looking for a handout. See, that's what I'm saying. When you see what poverty is doing to people in places like Dominican Republic, man, you can't, you know, you can't, it's just like with welfare, right? At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? I know that's, you know, that's something that's destroying the people, but you can't just say cut it off, son. Because next month, a lot of babies ain't gonna eat. Now, see, Jeffrey Morrell, when you said put in your own work, that means spend your own money. See, look at yourself. Look at yourself as the money. Look at yourself as the money. Do I think Jay-Z knowledge 120? No, he don't knowledge 120. Jay-Z? Why would you think something like that? Yeah, Jay Electronica, he did. He got married to a Rothschild. Yeah, that was kind of bugged out to me. See, putting in your work. Allah said, I feel that I got some land too. Time is money. It takes time to grow. Yeah. Anything that you gotta give of yourself that's a resource, you understand what I'm saying? That's you spent that. You know what I mean? You know, you spent time, you spend time, you spend energy. You understand what I'm saying? You pay attention. That's what I'm saying. You gotta understand money as. You see what I'm saying? And when we can spend time and spend energy and pay attention to our own cipher, using our own useful land, then we're gonna take the devil off our planet. That's a part of it, man. Said Interscope is doing the same to rappers who were successfully independent before signing deals. Now they're at a standstill. Well, now look, you put a perfect example where a person gave up their useful land and became useful land. That's what you don't want to do. Why do some say U.S. Corp and New York State Corp when these are government bodies that supposedly validate and supersede corporations? No, you're not understanding. From the very jump, America was all business ventures. Like each state in America started as a business charter. This whole thing is a business. The Dutch East India Company, the British East India Company, and this is this was the king's money. The royalty of England and all the other countries in Europe, they was making money. He said Jay-Z rocked the universal flag. He from Medina. He might have got his memory tight from going through lessons, but went 10%. All right, listen. Jay-Z's not one of us. I mean, it's not, you know, he could wake up tomorrow and be one of us. But you know, Jay-Z, when we first saw him, he was rocking Ansar Muslim clothes. I don't know if you go that far back in hip hop, but when we first saw him, he was rocking Ansar Muslim clothes. Lucifer said, exactly my point. They gave up their resources thinking they would receive more gold. Now they gotta take the hit and renew themselves to start again. Well, that's what the guy was saying earlier about repeating, renewing, and reestablishing. What you said, if being poor is being righteous. Nah, being poor, that don't have nothing to do with being righteous. See, rich people who won't do nothing. Rich people who won't do nothing to uplift those that's around them. They own people. That's what you don't want to be. Like when they say, man, it's hard for a rich man to get into heaven because what you did with all that money, how you got all that money and all these people around you suffering. If you had all that money, you have the power to help these people. You understand what I'm saying? But it's rich in anything. Like the brother was saying, look, if you got an abundance of food, you know what I'm saying? The brother was saying his family got farms. If you got an abundance of food and people are starving, you won't give them an apple. Yeah, it's going to be hard for you to say, well, yeah, I accepted you and everything, and, you know, you were in my heart and everything. Yeah, but you didn't look out for none of the people. Alfonso Brown said, understood but did not become null and void after their revolution and separation. No, it didn't. And I'm going to tell you how you know. America paid reparations to England. Now, how many times you seen the country that win pay the reparations to the country that lose? No more, let me tell you something. It wasn't null and void anymore, right? Than the slaves, I mean the slave masters who got paid for their slaves, right? When they had the Emancipation Proclamation. So the same way that business venture wasn't over by a government fiat, is the same thing with the American Revolution. He said, teach what you know to those who do not know. Poland is perfect for this. These folks think they doing hip hop over here. They ain't got real hip hop in Poland. Yeah, Jazzo, yeah, Jay-Z was down with Jazzo. And Heidi said, Sean Carter was with God. He knows enough to do what he do. Like Darkim spoke about earlier, if you were in New York, especially in the 70s, the 90s, PJs, jails, hoods in general, you knew God and got Jews. Listen, Jay-Z's from Nostrand Avenue. Listen, when Jay-Z had his flag up, he was like, he don't know what he doing. He don't know what he doing. You know exactly what you're doing, man. You from Nostrand Avenue. You cannot be from Nostrand Avenue and not know the 5%. Impossible. Impossible. From this era right here, Mahadi's talking about, from the 70s to the 90s, can't be from Nostrand Avenue and don't know the 5. Impossible. Yeah, Mahadi, yeah, before the Hawaiian shirts even. Way back. Y'all guys, you know. K-Bar said, I'm from Trenton, New Jersey. I remember when Jay-Z used to hustle in Trenton. Yes, he's from Medina, so of course he knows about the 5%, but prior to him having a chain with the flag on, it would make you think he was of the 5%. What would make you think he's of the 5%? See, now look, this is also something where I'm telling y'all about those ciphers, man. Is that when you in those ciphers, man, you know, that's another way you learn to identify who's God. You learn to identify it so much that, you know, soon, you know, you'll be walking and people will be having a regular conversation where they're not even speaking necessarily about the lessons, and you like, yo, the way these brothers are speaking sound like they got knowledge. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, this kind of loose thing, what you saying, you know what I'm saying? See, like Mahadi said, like, yeah, you've been around God. You've been around God, but you're not one of us. Yeah, that happens when you don't have the knowledge. You mistake people. Look, when I first got the knowledge, I thought Clarence won. I thought Clarence one had the knowledge. I thought that was his name, Knowledge Supreme. I couldn't understand what rain mean, but like Knowledge Supreme, I'm thinking he's the 5. But once you come in tune with the guys, you start seeing that. You said reparations to England after the Revolutionary War. I think you're mixing that with the French and Indian War, which was prior to the formation of the states, part of their grievances. No, I'm not mixing it up. That is in fact how the American economy got started and why it's based on the British pound. Because they had a war debt that they had to pay, and based on that credit, that's what established the American economy. Because Alexander Hamilton did that, that's one of the reasons him and Raymond Burr had that beef, where Alexander Hamilton got shot over there in somewhere around Paterson, New Jersey. See, I'm from New York. That's a part of our school book stuff. K-Bar, why you take it back to 89, man? K-Bar said last time he seen Jay-Z in Trenton was July 89 at Joseph's when he brought Jazzo down. Valencia that he always talks about was my next door neighbor. He wasn't no 5% when he battled Wise for PRT. Man. Leave it up to the 5%, man, to bring out all the big guns, man. Real Record said why he called himself Jehovah. I mean, you gotta remember, you know, New York is influenced by the 5%. I don't know where you from, Real Records, but you asking, why a person would manifest something that would make people think they're 5%, especially in the time when Jay-Z came out, would be like me wondering why somebody from LA represented the gang culture. Like, yeah, we popularized that to call yourself God. You know what I'm saying? And, because, we out there, we speaking the language, other people picked up on it. But I don't know. See, that was one of the things that happened when Jay-Z wore that flag. I don't know if a lot of y'all understood that. We didn't become somebody because he wore that flag. He became somebody because he wore that flag. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if you got this image from that they put out in hip-hop music. Jay-Z is just a kid from Nostrand Avenue, man. We the 5. Why would somebody copy what we doing? Real Record said, like I said, Saturday 93, he went 10% early. Sincere Born Asiatic said Charlemagne asked him if the flag had any meaning for him, and he said a little bit. Now, see, that was my thing. You know what I'm saying? Where the way I see it, whoever, if you gave it to him, right? If you gave it to him on the idea that, okay, he's going to take it to places where other people can't take it, right? Then you were supposed to tell him that when he got there, he was going to say that, look, I was given this right here by a brother, you know what I'm saying? He's a 5%, and he told me to rock this, to, wear this honorably, you know what I'm saying? This represents, the nation, 5%, whatever whatever he told me, and look, they teach that the black man's God. Then I was, hey, now I see why you did that. But see, my thing is, look, if you want to give it to somebody that's going to take it someplace you can't go, take it to a baby. Give it to a baby. Let somebody take it where you can't go, because see, all these other places, like, look, it's already been there. Give it to a baby. That's who's going to take it someplace where you can't go. When they close that gate and it's only kids in there, you can't be in there. But they can be in there teaching. See, that's what I thought. Brothers was a little bit starstruck. Like, all of a sudden now, because the famous Negro shine some light on us, now we got a teaching moment. I don't see all these people that came. Like, every time somebody breaks our rules, this is a teaching moment. But I don't see nobody doing no teaching. That's peculiar. $793 said he self-admittedly been all about his paper plus his ways and actions. It's been obvious. Alfonso Brown said language is borrowed and cultures influence each other. Hip-hop and 5%. Real Record said that was Melo's chain. Now, I don't think that was Melo's chain. Because remember when a little bit of controversy arose, if you notice, Mello came up to the school. Like, nah, I'm not with him. I'm like, nah, I really rock with the 5. I thought Mello threw him under the bus with that. Mello was like, hold up. Before anybody asks me what I'm doing with this sword. K-Bar said the ones who thought that wasn't doing no teaching in the first place, and they felt Jay-Z could make up for them not doing their job. Yeah, see, that's what I was saying. That now all of a sudden, it's going, you using that, and it's like, that was, I don't know. Like, you still looking for the GOLD. You understand what I'm saying? See, when you do that, now you start to go, you put me more in the mindset of how Jeff Morrell was talking. When you try to skip steps with the money. See, when you try to skip steps with the money, where you try to go from you don't have no money to being rich without the steps of the actual labor that you got to put in, then that's when you end up doing something where you either compromising other people or you compromising your principles to skip those steps. Jigga 1017 said that man ain't put that flag on since that Holy Grail album, but since he got what he could from it. 21 Savage was paying homage. Sean Carter was trying to be fly and remain relevant. 793 said playing for attention. Yeah, and also just in terms of marketing, right? In terms of marketing. And this is why I didn't like it. Especially when he didn't say anything about us. Like if he would have said something about us, like for instance when Charlamagne asked him, it'd have been different. You know what I'm saying? Jay-Z's street cred is not what it used to be. That's how I saw it, as a move that you was making to improve your street cred. And now look, it was already too late for you to play the blood and crip card. You understand what I'm saying? The brothers in the Midwest, they not too keen on you playing the GD card or the Vice Lord card. You couldn't play all those cards. So you try to play the 5% card. That's what they do. You know what I'm saying? When they need some credibility in the boardroom, you see them with pictures with certain people. Like when he wanted to show that I've separated from Dame and them, then you see him in the pictures with all the Caucasians. But then now, all of a sudden, the streets ain't rocking with you like that no more. So you want to come put the 5% thing on. That's how I saw it. And I saw it that people was happy to be useful land for him. Bill Records, yeah. Black Justice. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Mello, you know what it is? He in that world. He in that world, you know what I'm saying? It's hard to be in that world where, like the God Supreme Man from out there in Trenton, he always say, it's certain brothers, right? That when you deal with the Builder Green and 1 and 14, it's certain brothers that have been allowed to be a part of their social equality. certain brothers that's been allowed to be a part of their social equality, and then it changes their mentality and their worldview. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot of 5% that has went into, the entertainment game and other games and became a part of that equality, man. And then when we see them, they not the same now. In Trueborn Mylar and his cousin Almighty Divine was teaching 21 Savage. Don't think he mastered 120 though. Yeah, see now look, that's that's what Trueborn Mylar should have did too. You know what I mean? Just in terms of, 21 Savage is the student. And Trueborn, I'm not saying Trueborn did nothing wrong, but I'm just saying in that situation, it would have been better if he had told the brother that, look, if you do that, or if he had, he probably didn't get a chance to tell him, he probably did it on his own, but I'm just saying that if you just told him, look, if you do that, say, yo, look, this right here represents the 5%, you know what I'm saying? I build with a brother named Trueborn Mylar, you know what I'm saying? And, I wore this, man, you know what I mean, to as a to represent them in an honorable way. 793rd said he dances around verses with Jay Electronica, who comes through with the FOI on that MG fantasy. Yeah, I forgot when that grown man slid into that MTV show on a kid's scooter trying to be relevant. Yeah, that's what I thought it was, a move. I thought it was a move to, solidify himself on how do he get back to the streets? Like I said, you can't play the gang card. You know what I mean? You're gonna look ridiculous doing that. Sincere Born Asiatic said, if you know no one can get close enough to you to question your authenticity, you can say or wear whatever. Same as these rappers claiming gangs. Yeah, but see, it's a little more dangerous claiming the gangs, though. You understand what I'm saying? See, people hope we're going to be silent. If you've been seeing me on YouTube for a while, you see that, look, that's what's been happening. People think we're going to be silent. People think that it's gotten to a level where they can make their move. That, oh yeah, this would have happened. Look, even the 5%, you will hear brothers saying that, yo, if this happened in this year, or if this happened in that time, or in that place, it would have went like that. See, but it's not like that no more. That's what people think. They think they'll get away with that. See, you go out to the West Coast, and you claiming that gang stuff, they gonna want to know if you serious about that. The Warren Buffett card. He's hanging out with Warren Buffett and getting advice from Warren Buffett and all that. Right. He's playing, you know what I'm saying, whatever. What year did the devil leave Patmos? 9,000. Eli said, so he grew a fro. $793 said it's always a move with him, using big verses to shouting out new stars like Lapita to name dropping major sponsors, garnishing hacks for himself. He may as well invented clout chasing. Look his name. I mean, yeah, that's what I thought it was. You know what I'm saying? I mean, when you're dealing with the entertainment game, almost nothing is is what it seems, man. You know, even the amount of money that they tell you a person is making is part of the entertainment. It's part of the act. It's a part of the marketing. Yeah, 793rd. That NFL meeting did look quite suspect. Just the whole look of it, you know, because, you know, for me, I still see Jay-Z in the Marcy video. Like, that's the Jay-Z, you know, when I, you know, was a big fan of his music and everything, was that Jay-Z. So, you know, yeah, when I see these different meetings, when he be with certain people, and I mean, there's no Dame, there's no Biggs, there's no, you know what I'm saying? Seven 93rd said, as God once said, last time God played, he made the devil. What you said you heard, Raphael? Hey, Elijah sitting outside with Oprah Winfrey. Oprah Winfrey, yeah, she's going into overdrive right now, man, with her stuff, man. Oh yeah, about the time, yeah, when I like Jay-Z music, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of the new stuff, can't really relate to it. I don't know what it is. And he don't have the same hunger or something on his vocals. He said Jay don't live righteous. I think he just took the best part and ran with it. Def been saying he got it since 98 at least. I mean, I don't know how he lived. You understand what I'm saying? If, you know, somebody could be whoever they are. You know what I'm saying? But putting our flag on, the Blood Cat Mel Cross just said how Jay gave shine to the Blood Wave in the Money Ain't a Thing song. Yeah, see, I don't know they code, so I didn't know that. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. People, that's like a common thing that happens in the entertainment industry now. You know what I'm saying? People identify, you know what I'm saying, with whatever group already has a movement out there. You know what I'm saying? You said why I like Jay-Z as an artist? I mean, I thought he had good songs then. Thought the beats was good and he had some good lyrics. $7.93 said ain't rock with that dude since Streets is watching VHS and saw it happening before my very eyes. Listening to that Soulful Live album with Song Cry. After that, No Bueno. Yeah, I ain't gonna front. That was my last. That was, what was that? The Blueprint, right? Yeah, pretty much after that. Raphael, but you clearly a Nas fan, I see. When the devil left Patmos for Mecca, is that referring to the Muslim holy city or somewhere else? All right. I see we back on this Yacub story tonight, Raphael. We back on the Yacub story tonight again, I see. In the story, they mean the holy city of Mecca. Now you gotta remember that Elijah Muhammad teaches that the inhabitants of Mecca in the Middle East in general is the original man and not the Arab. You understand? I don't know if that's what you meant when you said the Muslim holy city or somewhere else. Guccifer said his name is Universal Truth from California. That's peace. Yo, what part of California you in, Guccifer? There's a brother that comes on here. He said he's from someplace called Central Valley. He looking for the guys. Mm. 793rd said Jay-Z was throwing up Crip gang signs on another album cover. But you know, I don't think he wanted to end up in a situation like Baby though. You know what I'm saying? Where Baby get a lot of flack, you know what I'm saying, from a lot of blood cats, you know what I'm saying? I don't think Jay-Z wanted to subject himself to that. You know what I'm saying? And it was like, yo, you know, I think it was something that, because, you know, in my, you know, just the people that I seen around him, it appears that he got involved with that wearing the flag through the Muslim guy thing. See, Alfonso Brown, you have to learn to distinguish, right, a law world manifest from everything else. See, like, you know, in the well, Alfonso Brown, do you know degrees? You know lessons? Yo, Guccifer is from San Diego. Oceanside. See, listen. If you don't know no lessons, right, you need to leave that Yacub story alone. Because that means that you just heard the story without no context. And all these things you hearing without no context. You know, we know a brother like that. That he was in the nation for years, months, and days, and all he ever had was plus lessons. And now you all mixed up. See, what I was going to tell you, though, is in the degrees, right, it makes a distinction, right, when you're dealing with different worlds and how it's connected to time. You understand what I mean? You know, the Christian world is when you're dealing with AD and BC. You understand what I mean? Then you got the Asiatic calendar. You know what I mean? And each person whoever's keeping that time, whoever own good time that is, that's who decides what is the year one. Allah World Manifest, the year one is 1964 in the Gregorian calendar. You gotta learn to understand, like, you do have to make these correlations, but you gotta understand how to make these correlations correctly between things that happen historically in the history that we write in the Law World Manifest. You see what I mean? And what that is understanding. And you ain't gonna have the understanding without the knowledge and wisdom. So, right now, you know what it's like? Remember when you first went to school, right? And they told you that you couldn't subtract a big number from a small number. Because they had to simplify it. First, you need to just learn this. Now, when you get to the 3rd or 4th grade, we start introducing you to negative numbers. More complex ideas and strategies. So right now, study yourself. See, when you're dealing with the science of time, right, you got the year one. Yacub ain't get there to 8,367. First, learn about you. Next time you ask a question, make that question be in the knowledge degree in the 1 to 10. Ask if that's real. Well, Central Valley is mad far from you. Yeah, that's how I was thinking, man. In California, when you go upstate, you go upstate. You almost in another country, man. $7.93. $7.93. Yeah, Mello put that little DVD. Yeah. Hey, look, that probably cost him about $20 million in endorsements and all that stuff, man. Real Record said, I correlated the 3rd degree in 1 to 36 to the 3rd degree in 1 to 14. That's how I drew up the trader was half original. 30 and 1 to 14. I mean, I see what you did there, but see, here's the thing. You talking about two different traders. Yeah, that's Columbus. But in the 1 to 36, that's John Hawkins. And really, even before that, they talking about those Portuguese people. You know about, is it Dum Diversus? In 1453, the Pope issued some kind of decree saying that the Portuguese could go to West Africa and anybody that they found there that wasn't Christian, they could enslave. I may be mixing up the name because the Pope made another decree that half of the world outside of Europe was going to belong to Portugal and half was going to belong to Spain. So that's why in South America, only Brazil is Portuguese. And everything else on this side is Spanish, was colonized by the Spanish. And everything from Brazil going the other way was first colonized by the Portuguese. And then they started getting competition from the Dutch. You see what I'm saying? So that first guy who came and built the trading post there that I know of in dealing with the 1 in 36 history was a Portuguese guy. They said he did some trick stuff too, man. That when he came out there, right, he introduced him to guns. So he shot something so they seen what a gun could do, right? And then he had a person aim a gun at him, right? And shoot at him, and he fell on the ground and started wiggling around, and then he got up and he had a bullet already in his shoe. So he took the shoe off and put the bullet, and then he told him that the white man can't be killed. That's a, you know, I heard that story one time. But it sounds like it sounds $793 said Cali is actually Japan size. People trying to be street on camera with jobs under major corp investors, like the older brother in the class Devon U was trying to show the good brother Hercules. Hey, look, Hercules is a world record holder, man. Real Record said the trader made an interpretation. He had to speak English to translate Hawkins' words to the original people. See, first of all, Hawkins came much later. And you gotta remember, no, they wouldn't have needed that because there was black people in Spain and Portugal before they came. Remember, all of this time that I'm telling you about, right, this is 1493. We talking about 1492. Remember, they just got the Moors out of Spain in like 1480 something. You understand what I'm saying? So they had original people with them. Shades Michael says, stroll back on the question I asked. Yeah, put the question right here. I don't recall what it was. Yeah, but you gotta, you know, if you gotta go a little bit into the history of knowing who those people are. You know what I'm saying? You know, those is two different traders, right? In two different continents, two different places, two different times. You know what I'm saying? Like when you talking about in the 1 of 14, right? When you're talking about in the 1 and 14, you're talking about America. But when you're talking about John Harding Hawkins, you're talking about Africa. And it wasn't exactly the same indoctrination. You know, even in terms when we say English lesson C number 1, you know, the way that the British colonized wasn't the same way that the Spanish colonized. You understand what I'm saying? Columbus sailed out with originals who spoke Hebrew and Arabic. I don't know about Hebrew, but they spoke Arabic, but they were from Africa. And remember, the Moors had always done trade with sub-Saharan Africans. So it wouldn't have been any, it wouldn't have been odd for them to be able to communicate. Alfonso Brown, you just won't cut it out, would you? You understand that there are various calendars. What would be a better way to specify the city? I don't understand your question. Real Record say he sees some says English C lesson number 1. Is it okay to call each other God body? Why is it wrong to say? God body is slang. See that the way how it got started, once again, is brothers in the penitentiary was saying that the brothers in here, we're one mind. We're one mind, all of us together, right? And all of us together, we're one body. You understand what I'm saying? A body of gods. Like you have a body politic. You understand what I'm saying? You know, the student body. You understand what I mean? Meaning all the students that's here representing that's one mind and going here. That's how the term originated. People calling themselves and each other God body is slang. And when you use slang, you start to bastardize the language. And that's why you got people out here named the sixth God. You understand now, Shades Michael? 79 said, ain't messing with bro and wish him the best. Certain things in camps for clout don't mix. 793 keeps it 100. Understood on that distinction between the different traders, and that's how I drew it up. And then you said some say English lesson C number 1. God says some do, but I don't. Raphael, yeah, God body is slang. Real Record said arm, leg, arm, head. This is God body. Jay said on Heaven Magna Carta joint. Yeah, I mean, people use, look, the same way people, use blood slang or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I mean, look, I'm not saying that this is who he is. I'm not comparing them, but dude, we just had 6ix9ine. How much more example do you have to see that people would do anything, man, to get some street cred, man, when they in that world and you know what it means to them. Cause see, even when you say arm, leg, arm, head, this is God body, that's not right and exact. Because you're not Allah without supreme head. And supreme head is mental. So, that's not right. Sounds good, it's not right. Yeah, I said you should be able to, yeah. So now if you want to, in a law world manifest, now we're talking. Now you know where the devil came? Wherever you at. See, because wherever you at, that's your Mecca. Wherever you at. You understand what I'm saying? Wherever you chose to make the best part for yourself, you planted your knowledge and wisdom. Anything that came in the midst to destroy that, that's when the devil came to your Mecca. You understand what I'm saying? Like, let me give you an example of how the devil come to everybody's Mecca, when they get there. Right? We all from around all over the country, right? Now I'm sure if we ask the question to the room, when did crack hit your city? See, the brothers in certain, you in New York, LA, Miami, these type of places. Oh yeah. 80, 79, 80, 81. It's other places, they be like, yeah, crack out here like 92. Y'all don't get cracked in 92? But it destroyed the Mecca. It destroyed the families, the knowledge and wisdom that was established in different places at different times. And when it came to you, it came to you. And now you got to run them away from your Mecca. That's how you make it real. Trying to, what already happened. Putting it in the context of a law world manifest is writing the history in advance. So what you already know, you got to do in advance. What you got to do in advance to keep the devil off your planet. Yeah, you seen that before, God body, but God body is slang. See, Shades Michaels, he said, it got over there in 1983. See, 82. Now look, Allah said 88. Yeah, see, Clyde Walker, he from around my way. He remember what I'm talking about, 79, 80, man. Crack first was in aluminum foil before it was in vials. You understand what I'm saying? Now, each one of these people is telling you when that devil came to their Mecca. Right? Now look, within each place, right? Jigga 1017 said 82, 83. But look, there's some people that devil ain't attacked them to 85, 86. Even though it came in that town, it came to their Mecca, their home, right? It came into their house in 85, 86. So see, whenever that idea touches down in your life and starts controlling you being in hell, that's the city where it came to. See, right now, see, the brother said Milwaukee. When you said what city it came to Milwaukee. Came to the Bronx. Came to Los Angeles. Came to Detroit. Came to Dallas. Columbus, Cleveland, Dayton, like the brother put there. You understand what I'm saying? You know, when did the gangs, you know, do this? You know, whatever it is. That's what you got to look at. It could be a person that come into your life. But whenever you see the knowledge and wisdom is born in understanding, right? And it's destroyed. See, you don't know the degrees. That's why I'm studying your degrees first, man. Because see, then you would know. That's what Mecca is. Mecca is where the knowledge and wisdom of the original man started when the planet was first founded. It don't say latitude this, longitude that. It's where you laid your knowledge and wisdom down. Yo, Shades Michael is crazy, man. He said BC means before crack for the black family. Not for nothing, man. I do see what you're saying, though, man. That did a number on, you know, that was the gift that kept on giving for the devil. 793rd said they said a more powerful crack formula kicked in the later 90s after the second wave 80s post the Richard Pryor freebase days. The slang without meaning needs to chill. Yeah, see, I didn't know about that powerful formula, but 793rd, he got that type of knowledge. He know that type of stuff, so that's probably right. Yeah, you right about that. They was freebasing before crack. But yeah, the slang, yeah, see, you end up with these words that don't really mean nothing. That's what the brother's saying. Slang without meaning needs to chill. You know, these words like God body, they don't really have a meaning. Like God is not, you're not God with just a body. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a, you know, even as an idea, that's grafting. That's grafting. You understand what I'm saying? If mental is knowledge, right, and physical is wisdom, right, then you can relate that to black and brown. And if you're gonna separate the body from the mind, then what's gonna happen next? You understand what I'm saying? You start turning the language into English like that. That's how English is. You just take words and just change words around and just do whatever. God, mind, and the body. Yeah, I'm glad you took that off because you know that could not possibly be. Yo, Raphael Saint, man, where you from, man? Your messages. Alfonso Brown said, I was asking from a historical standpoint based upon the events in the Asiatic calendar, though I understand what you mean when applying things to self. Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. How you get the Asiatic calendar and you don't have a knowledge degree that tell you why you Asiatic? And the calendar should not be looked at as somebody who don't know. Like, look, if you look at a calendar, you know, from a different country, right? Do you realize that you won't recognize the holidays? Like, the first time I realized that was in the 80s. I can't remember what store it was. I think it was some Chinese people or something. And it was like Thanksgiving was I think it was whatever it was, they was open on Thanksgiving. And I remember I went in the store, I was like, oh man, I didn't think nobody was gonna be open because it's Thanksgiving. And the dude was like, we don't got Thanksgiving. You know what I'm saying? We wasn't gonna do nothing about that. So you looking at the Asiatic calendar and you're not Asiatic. So you don't recognize the events and the places that you trying to you know, you look at it historical. Like, do you know, look, the older people like 793rd, he'll remember this. That once upon a time, if somebody was a trader, right? If somebody sold you out sometime, you would call him a Benedict Arnold. Benedict Arnold was a dude that he started off as one of the best warriors on the American side in the Revolution. But what happened is the Americans wasn't paying them, and they kept leaving them in situations where it's like, yo, you know what I mean? Where's the backup? So he ended up selling them out, and whatever fort he was supposed to be holding down, he invited the British in, right? So I grew up always, you know, hearing, yo, you a Benedict Arnold, you know, you a traitor, right? Now look, then I found out at some point that in England, there's such a thing as Benedict Arnold Day. And that was a certain light that came on where I realized a perspective, like, hold up, everybody ain't looking at things the same way. You know, like it just hit me like, whoa, yeah, that's true. If he's a traitor to the other side, then yeah, he would be a hero over there. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, I see you say you got that degree, but I'm saying that you trying to understand it outside of the context, right, of being from an Asiatic society, right, is what's throwing you off. You see what I'm saying? Like, if I didn't just tell you that story about Benedict Arnold and you went there, you would have no way, you know, who's Benedict Arnold? So it's the same thing you doing. You looking at a calendar that you don't know nothing about, none of the other history involved. Like, you picking out this one time period from 8,367 to 9,000, right? And you know, but what about the year 1? What about the year 10,000? 13,053, 11,000. See, it's all different times in there that you don't know nothing about that's leading you to not understand. Real Record said the 85 now understand God ain't a spook or spirit and can be seen with the physical eye. That he has a physical body, walks and talks, and is true and living. You saying that 85% of the center? Did the 85%, did the definition of 85% change since yesterday? They passed out some new lessons since I got on the internet? And 793rd, he said, enough of that worst part stuff, no doubt, or Judas. And can't believe we have to actually explain, drop it down to a whole generation. Wow, at Benedict Arnold Day. Dr. Strange actor from there probably. Yeah, there's Benedict Arnold Day over there in England, man. Oh, Raphael, oh, you from Poland. That's what it is. We got a little language barrier because I ain't understanding a lot of your things. You from Poland, but went to the UK after 6 years, hit the street, and that's when it started. Deaf man, I know really good, but never meet him. But the people reminded me. Right, see? Shades Michael said Chinese New Year is January 25th. So if I go there and I see all this, I'm gonna be like, yo, what's going on? Whose birthday is it? You understand what I'm saying? Because I don't know that that's what they dealing with. And that's what happens when you reading the Asiatic calendar totally out the side the like look, if you just doing that, then yeah, go get all Elijah's books. You need all Elijah's books then. If you ain't gonna study the lessons first, you gonna go just out the Asiatic calendar and try to understand that, then yeah, you need to understand who's the source person, right? The source of that information, right? And research that. Some Bill Powers get it a little more than other 85s. Listen, the person at 85 is a person that believes in a mystery God. Now I understand what you're saying, that look, there's Bill Powers and there's destroy powers. You understand what I'm saying? You know, a Bill Power, you know, is somebody who is being led by the dissatisfied. You understand what I'm saying? A destroy power is dissatisfied or the leader of the dissatisfied. And getting back to the question, I'm glad you brought that up for this reason, Alfonso Brown, right? Is that's how you keep the devil off your planet. Keep dissatisfaction away from you. Whether it's in your own mind, in your own self, or whether it's people amongst you. See, if you're the 10%, you're going to cause other people around you to be that dissatisfied. If you're the 5% and you ain't doing what you're supposed to be doing, you're going to cause yourself and people around you to be dissatisfied. That's how you keep the devil away from you and from being made on your planet. You understand what I'm saying? What happens? How do a child, you know, like right now, right? Anybody that's from a big city, anybody on here that's from a big city, you from New York, LA, Detroit, right? And look, you got family, your family is from wherever they from down south, right? Now look, all that time our families was down south, right? They never was involved with crime. They never was involved with crime. But then they brought their kids to the big city. And it became a difference. Because, see, when they was down south and they share crime or whatever they doing, everybody's poor. But when you get to the big city, And now it's like, yeah, you living like this, but then you get on the train and you go downtown and there's people living a whole... See, now that start to breed dissatisfaction. And then what happened? The kids go the way towards crime. So keep dissatisfaction away from you. Born magnetic, peace to the God. Are the people in this chat that young? They don't know. I mean, I don't even know. Yeah, you know, Alfonso Brown, he seems like a young brother. You said what Raphael said, I know why I like the devil. You need a cigarette. Raphael is a little bit out there, y'all. Alfonso Brown said, with no enlightenment, I'll study the source. Yes, yeah. That's what, yeah, it looks like you really want to get into, those books. You know, all you got to do is Google Elijah Muhammad. You need all of them. You need Theology of Time. You need Message to the Black Man. You need How to Eat to Live. You need that whole syllabus because you're trying to understand, you know, you need the problem book because you're trying to understand from that aspect, you know, and that's all I can tell you. I really can't help you that much because I don't really have a training in understanding things without mathematics. Like, you know, to just read all this stuff and then not have math and try to make sense of it. See, like now that I got the math, I can make sense of the Bible. But when I was Christian and I didn't have the math, I didn't know what they was talking about. $793 says, see, your trained mind is alleviating all confusion or striving by taking it back to the official source. Born you truth, they don't do that, are lazy and find it easier to make stuff up. Their nature. Yeah, I don't know where some of you came. Talking about Raphael. Raphael, I guess he come around, he be with us. Ayla said, what about moonshine down south? See, even with moonshining, that's not the level that we took it to in the cities. Like I said, the level we allowed ourselves to become useful land, yes, I mean, the amount of us that we took out ourselves, saying, in their greatest, wildest imagination, all the eugenicists, all the KKKs in the history of time would have never dreamed that it was a way to kill that many of us, man. You know, in all different ways, man. You know, young brothers with their whole lives ahead of them, man. You know what I mean? You know, or, you know, even if, you know, you made it, you know, brothers, you know, you got brothers, you know, 20-something years in jail, man. You know, and they not even 50. You see what I'm saying? That wasn't happening down south. You know, I'm not saying it wasn't no crime, whatever, but it's clear that when you put that poverty right next to the rich and the famous, everybody don't have the same constitution to be able to hold back from that. Julie TV said it's not that they Alfonso Brown said, I know the Benedict Arnold story though. But did you know that there was a Benedict Arnold Day? See, that's what I'm explaining to you, that when you looking at that calendar without the story that I told you, right? If you just see that, you don't know who he is. See, just like right now, right? And I remember this happened. When they first voted for it to be Martin Luther King Day, I was in elementary school. And you know, at the time when they voted for it, right? However, it was somehow we found out during the school day, and everybody was cheering. We was all happy, yo. It's gonna be, you know, a good thing or whatever. So the teacher was sitting there. She had like a look on her face where she was like real serious. We couldn't understand this, and then she was like, yo, you know, yeah, I don't think this is a good thing, because what's gonna happen is eventually y'all gonna just see this as a day out of school, and y'all not really gonna know what the struggle was about no more. It's gonna just become a day out of school for you. And she's right. Without knowing the whole context of that history, the day means nothing. Like on Memorial Day, people go shopping. Nobody's thinking about the actual history that's behind that. The actual people who died so that you could even do that. Okay, now wait a minute. Alfonso Brown. First, I'm gonna answer Cloud Walker here, and then because you just said something that sounds a little bit crazy to me, man. Cloud Walker, he spelled cipher with an I, Cipher. I've never seen it with a Y outside of the hip hop thing. Now, Alfonso Brown, you say here that you don't want to read Elijah Muhammad's books. You read some of those books, and they're too dogmatic. Alfonso Brown, you are the most dogmatic person I've met in 2020, besides Saeed, the righteous Muslim. You are the most dogmatic person of the 2020 year. You might be the most dogmatic person of last year too. Now, the list of books that he read, I do know someone that has it. I don't have it. Mostly because I'm not dogmatic. But you're dogmatically seeking this science of Yacub, man. And it seems to be a thing that you're not understanding, that look, and this is something we used to get told. This is something that used to be said in so many words. People like Saheem used to say, a lot of brothers used to say that. That, yo, listen, men used to say that. That, look, don't try to understand everything I'm saying right now. Just hear me out. And in time, the understanding is going to grow. Or they should get in front of the rally and say, I didn't understand everything that Allah said when he was telling us back then. I didn't understand. They saying everything, you know what I'm saying? It appears to me you're not seeing that this is something you need to put down until you get some other knowledge and wisdom that's going to help you understand that. Like, this is not the Bible where we just give you stuff and then, you just come back next Sunday and we tell you what we tell you. We do these things in order for a reason. What you saying you didn't know, Ayla? Yeah, 793. Yeah, don't be dogmatically seeking, man. You dibble, try to move too far. You know something, Alfonso Brown? That's why we should get 1 degree at a time. That's why we should get that was specifically the reason. That was specifically the reason, man, that we should get 1 degree at a time, man, so you don't go dabbling all over it, man. It's like you skipping steps, man. You said majority of your comments are questions, yeah, but it's like, you keep asking, like, this is what I'm saying. It's like the science of Yacub, is that like the last key or something that you need where you like, all right, if I understood this Yacub thing, I had this down pat. Because, that was always something that I looked at from the time I got the knowledge, right? Is that, Elijah Muhammad taught that the white man is the devil. Now, he taught that the black man is God, but he taught much more. Or as an 85, I heard Malcolm X and Muslims saying that the white man is the devil. I don't recall them hearing them say the black man is God until after I got the knowledge. And even when they say that, they don't say it as outright as they say the white man is the devil. Like, when they say that the black man is God, then they'll still, say something about Allah being some other than themselves right behind that. But they don't never say that the devil is nothing other than the white man. And so to me, that's an older, more simple teaching. And the thing that's harder to accept, and more difficult to teach, is that the black man is God. So in the history of me having the knowledge, I don't recall anybody being this inquisitive about Yacub. You said you watched the video with Born Perfection. And you said it was the best manifestation that you heard, right? So here's the next question. Out of that manifestation that you heard, right? what was it missing? What do you think was missing, right? That you still gotta ask questions. Yeah, 793rd, that's a good point. He said, we have the physical degree to recall that the state of Arizona at first didn't have that, and that's recent too, ain't it? 793rd. That's like maybe in like 2015 or something they started recognizing Martin Luther King Day in Arizona. Yeah, the Stevie Wonder song, yeah. Happy birthday to you. Allah said, is he white? Who white? Yeah, that's right. I'm like, yeah, it's, at a certain point, man, then you gotta go, you gotta search. I'll shine a light for you from right here. But I ain't coming with you to search for trillions of years. Jeffrey Morrell said, how about Malcolm X Day? There's a Malcolm X Day? I don't think it's going to be no Malcolm X Day. See, they can't, there's no way for them to kind of reconcile Malcolm X. Like, see, with Martin Luther King, they was able to whitewash, the history. You know what I'm saying? Not so much his history, some of his history, but not so much his history, but the history of how they felt about him. See, now, when they talk about Martin Luther King, it's and it's all these white people like, no, we all marched on Washington. Yeah, it was about workers. It wasn't about no black people. It was about workers. You understand what I'm saying? They could whitewash the history that y'all shot that man face off. Because y'all said he was the most dangerous man in America. With all the stuff that was going on, they said Martin Luther King was the most dangerous man in America. They hated Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and everybody else that was talking like them. So they was able to whitewash that enough where they could put Martin Luther King Day in there. And, to me, I think, even worse than the kids losing touch with, the meaning of why he got a day is that he's used to pacify people. Whenever people is saying, we don't like what's going on, then they'll tell you, okay, well, make sure you use Martin Luther King's method to do that. Which is a way that, yeah, you make your noise, but the status quo is maintained. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning, whether you have Occupy Wall Street, Ferguson, you have all these different things, but the status quo is maintained. You understand what I'm saying? So you made a trading post where you still ain't getting nothing out the deal. because you went and protested according to the rules of the other side. And they didn't do nothing. They didn't meet you halfway. That's a good question. Now, I don't think he white. Ayla asks Alfonso Brown, are you white? Man, it's a valid question. Jeffrey Burrell said we need a Malcolm X Day. But see, we have to declare that on our own. Who, Dumar YD 793rd? Got videos speaking on not being caught up? See, you said we need Malcolm X Day. Now look, this is something else 793rd to remember. Some 793rd to remember, right? 793rd, remember when we used to take off of school for Black Solidarity Day? Even though it wasn't on the school calendar, no black kids showed up to school on Black Solidarity Day. We called our own day. You see what I'm saying? If we gonna have Malcolm X Day, we could just have Malcolm X Day. We don't need they approve. You see what I'm saying? But look, that's even in the nation. Like, see people do that Kwanzaa stuff. I ain't with that. You still on the same timing. You ain't celebrating on December 21st. Stop telling me about the solstice. The 25th is not the solstice. Yeah, as El Haj Abdul Malik Shabazz. Yeah, I'm not, you know, that is his name. But I don't, wait a minute, hold up. What's this you said, Cloud Walker? Ice Martin read message to the black man, his life was forfeit. What's that about? Yeah, that's his name, El Haj Abdul Malik Shabazz. How long did he have that name? I think that's what the issue is for me. I'm not saying that's the issue why you shouldn't call him by his name, but I'm saying that you just don't hear that name as much. You know what I'm saying? Like his autobiography and a lot of the things that, you know, live on with him say Malcolm X. So I didn't, you know, I'm just not as familiar with that name. Oh yeah, the high. All right, so see if you got the high school in Newark, right? Called El Haj Abdul Malik Shabazz. But see, in New York, we got Malcolm X Boulevard. You understand what I'm saying? So we just more familiar with the Malcolm X name. So Alfonso Brown said he's not white. And he asked Lord Scepter Peace, and he asked, what allegory? Now, Alfonso 793rd is saying, you're not understanding allegory in general. Like, see, when you say you trying to understand the historical aspect, right, and how to bring it up to date in your life right now, you having difficulty because you don't understand allegory. You don't understand how to make the relationships and draw the parallels. You see what I'm saying? Right, 793rd, I remember that too. When they put the black-owned signs up in the stores on 125th Street during after the Khalid speech, so the kids wouldn't break it up. Yeah, I was out there that day. Clyde Walker said Martin started hanging with Elijah. There are pics of them together. This is after Malcolm's death. Yeah, see, Elijah, they couldn't co-op Elijah. You know what I'm saying? See, Malcolm X, he got certain people, like if you listen, there's two Malcolm X's. If you hear the one Malcolm X, right? Peace, Mahadi. You got the Malcolm X that you got the Malcolm X that the RBG hero Malcolm X. And then you got the other Malcolm X that the white people come out and say, yeah, you know, Malcolm X at the end, you know, he has such a great mind that it couldn't be contained by a limited concept like the Nation of Islam. So then he grew, and you know, Malcolm was my friend at the end. You know what I'm saying? It's like two Malcolm X's. But like I said, they couldn't whitewash him enough where you could put him out there like Muhammad Ali. MF the Truth. Shades Michael says, when you master the 120, do you receive a name or do you create your own? What? Attributes is characteristics. We got righteous names. I mean, I got my name first. The first thing I had was my name before I got lessons. Now see, look, Alfonso Brown, you said, no, I got it. That is why I said his understanding was the clearest to me. So my question is the story of Yacub allegory or historical fact or a mixture of both? See what I'm saying? You don't have it. Not that you can't get it. I'm just saying that you don't have it. Because that's not what allegory means. You understand what I'm saying? So you can have two things that historically happen, and they can be allegories for each other. Like when you have counterparts in different armies or something. You know, I'm the general on this side, you the general on that side. And certain things that we do, the way we relate to our troops, the allegory could be drawn. For instance, look at the book, The Art of War. Right? The Art of War, it tells you, well, at least one version that I read of it, right? It has examples of different generals that use the same law, but in different ways. So each of them in historical ways, right, is allegories for each other. Or if you read the book 48 Laws of Power, they'll give you what a law is, and then they'll tell you how different people throughout time, how their actions was allegories for each other. That there's relationships that can be drawn in. So your very question kind of demonstrates that you don't understand what the science of allegory is. Hey, Julie, ain't you the one that said that you said that's what's on his gravestone? If he denied Elijah, why is his name Shabazz? Yeah, that's one of them things where you gotta accent. You gotta accent. But you know, for me, I'm gonna tell you something. With that situation, with that Malcolm X situation, I think that's, I look at that as above my pay grade. Like, there's some things that happen where it's like, look, those people know each other. So you trying to get to the bottom of that, those people know each other, and that history go deeper and more. Yes, I mean, like, these are people who had conversations with each other that nobody else was privy to. So I'm not, whatever was going on between them, I don't think it was just, it's something that you could tell with the naked eye. Alfonso Brown said, based upon how I see it. I mean, I think I've been pretty clear about how I see it, Alfonso Brown. I think I've been pretty clear about how I see it. You know what I'm saying? That, what I deal with, all the words that's on those papers in 120 lessons, in 120 degrees, right, is to pull lessons out of them. Like, if what you doing, you searching for trends of years, because what I'm telling you is that, everything, just like I was just saying right now, right, about Benedict Arnold. Everything that we got from history is an account. Everything that we got from history is an account. Like, in reality, let me tell you something. When I really look at the history, Napoleon wasn't all that great of a general. He just beat up on the British a lot. And because the British took over the world, and see, that's another thing people do. They boost up how dangerous their opponents are to make themselves look. So when you deal with, what is the history of different things, in terms of when he said that, these names are titles, in terms of when I told you that these things are man himself, I don't think you understanding. I don't think you understanding that at all. And I think that you need to start with mathematics, man. Because the way you're trying to understand it, I'm saying by definition, that's why we 5% and not Muslims. Sincere Born Asiatic said Malcolm X took on Al-Hajj after his pilgrimage to Mecca and he became a Sunni. I didn't know that part. Jula TV said, only after I knew the student enrollment, I got my name, Jula Allah. Well, your name, it's no rush on it. But I got my name first. Cloud Walker says Shabazz does not come from Elijah. Where Shabazz comes from, Cloud Walker. Born Magnetic said Malcolm kept Shabazz in his name also, which I always found interesting due to the fact that that Orthodox Islamic faith doesn't acknowledge the tribe of Shabazz. Right, Born Magnetic? That's, I haven't really thought that much about that. Yeah, Shabazz is not an Arabic word. I've seen Shabazz. I think Shabazz is a word in Indian. Well, India got a whole bunch of languages, so I'm not sure which, but I think in India Shabazz is a word. But in America, I don't know of any other source of the name Shabazz. I mean, it definitely shows that there's something there. Like, you clearly didn't. It is. I'm not saying that's what he was doing, but it is something that maybe he would have caught if had he lived longer, that you kind of serving two masters there. For your name to be Shabazz and you to be a Sunni. Guys out in Las Vegas, Cloud Walker. $793 said one brother on Mean Gene show during or before a debate years ago also pointed out about the significance of understanding allegorical influence in teaching that is easier shown through it, walking and talking. Yeah, guaranteed. Guaranteed. You gotta, see, and then you gotta understand that allegory was, sometimes you have it's a kind of elitism within time. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'll hear people say, well, the Egyptians didn't really have an alphabet, they had pictures. As if the alphabet that we got is not just pictures. The only difference is the stick figures. You see what I'm saying? But because we got that elitist idea in our mind, when we hear people tell or give their knowledge in a way, you know what I'm saying? Like, look, when you see a scientist and they write all this stuff on the board about what is an atom, and you don't understand that either, it might as well be hieroglyphics, depending on how much knowledge you got. So because you don't understand it, then it becomes mythology. Or because it doesn't fit inside your timeline of things, then it becomes mythology. See, let me ask you a question, Alfonso Brown. Will it make a difference if it was true 6,000 years ago, right? If it's true right now? Like, if it's true right now, will it make a difference to you if you found out that 6,000 years ago, that was just an allegorical story? But today, we know that Yacubs and devils exist. Would that make a difference to you? Yeah, I gotta get the phone, Shades. Right, see? 793 hit a point. It said that the winners write their history books and they still haven't gotten the Gullah Wars right. Most people don't even know those happened. Most people don't even know the history of there. Exactly. There's whole points of history that you don't even know that happened. But if I tell you a story, right, of just a person who fought back against the slave masters. Now, what if you find out that that individual person, that name, what I told you, let's say I just said it was Harold Williams, and there was no Harold Williams, will that mean that there was no slaves that fought? And would it mean that I wouldn't know that, and that's not why I made that story? Like, for instance, Alfonso Brown, let me ask you a question. Is the book Roots, is Roots real? Yeah, if you knew a Sunni named Shabazz, he probably came from the NOI. Nah, Sunnis don't have supreme wisdom. Botswana or Botswana? Shades Michael says Shabazz originated from Botswana. The spelling was changed. He has the book. What's the name of that book? Shabazz, based on Arabic word Shah for ruler and Aziz for powerful. Sounds good. I don't know if it's true. All right, so Alfonso Brown, you saying that Roots is not a real account, right? But is Roots real? Yeah, that's true, 793rd. When it's real, it's real. When it slaps you in the face, you can't be allegorical about that. You ain't gonna be asking if that story was real. You said what we know as Arabic language is not the original tongue used by the original people of their time. What you mean, Arabic is not the original language that was spoken? I'm still waiting on that answer, Alfonso Brown. Is Roots real? Hold on, I'll be right back, guys. Damn it, I did it again. Hold on, let me get my chat window back up here, man. By the time my chat come back up, hopefully Alfonso Brown has answered whether or not he thinks roots is real. Because see, you know, like you were saying, you know, you could visit the Caucasus Mountains. Look, you could visit Newport News right now. You could visit the South Street Seaport. You could visit Charleston, Savannah, New Orleans. You could visit all the ports where the reality of the book Roots was really manifested. And you could walk outside and see people that descended from the reality in that book Roots. So that's why my question to you is it real? Let that scroll down. Okay, here it goes. I'm back. My listen names. Okay, so Alfonso Brown, you say here it's not a real account, but based on real circumstances. Okay, so is it real? Like I'm asking you in the same way, because see, we both know the science of roots. It's not like 120 lessons now. We both know the science of roots. So I'm asking you, is it allegorical? Is it historical? Or a mixture of both? Lord Just, Cloud Walker said, that type of Arabic we hear today is just a speck of the original tongue. Like words change, sounds change over time. So an Arab might say this means that, but that didn't always mean this. We mean that Arabic comes from Aramaic? Or are you saying that the language itself has evolved to a point where a person that was alive at what time wouldn't recognize it? Like, you know how they got is, in America, the language is English, right? But then there's something called Middle English, and then there's something called Old English. And if you heard somebody speaking Old English, you wouldn't recognize a lot of it. Are you saying it's like that? ALI said they said that Malcolm X's biography by Alex Haley was lies. I heard there was some untruths in there. Like I said, man, you're dealing with people that know each other. I tell you, look, don't try to jump in no fight between brothers. That was a whole inside thing, man. especially when one brother don't make it. Like, how many situations like that every day, like two dudes that was cool and something like that happened, and then one of them is gone now, though. So the other one is like, yeah, he did some foul, yo. He did some foul to me, yo. He did some foul. But he ain't here to say nothing. So, you know, you jump on the bandwagon or whatever, but it's like, yes, man, they used to have a lot of dealings, man. You understand what I'm saying? Two people that get high together, now they arguing. Come on, man. Can't get too caught up in that stuff. Like an Arab will tell me he has an Arab. Tell me he Arab, but in a book I read long ago, Arab was a word used to describe black. But that same Arab won't say he black. That language barrier was always a big problem. Yes, evolved or devolved depending on one's understanding. Oh, that's 793rd said in terms of mainstream and slang, as some of our slang from 10 to 20 years ago gets mainstream constantly. Yeah. Yeah, I never really studied that much about Arabic. So how old is Arabic according to? So Alfonso Brown would say, I'd say a mixture of both. Are you answering my questions saying the story of Yacub is also a mixture of both? Well, what I'm telling you is that the way how you just drew up, if you say that story of Alex Haley is a mixture of both, then that's how you're going to see the story of Yacub, as a mixture of both. Seven like Thursday wasn't there, so can't call it. It's not my business. Yeah, Aswad does mean black. I thought Arab means the Lord. Blaylin Snotty, peace. Arabic is 1,500 years old. Yeah, that's not that much. So they just started speaking Arabic right before Muhammad came. Because 1,500, that take you back to 500. Muhammad is 570. But I think that's what they say in those shades, is that over the years, the different words have changed meanings. I mean, that does happen. You have words that come to mean the exact opposite. Like terrible and terrific is really the same. You know, terror is the root of both words. But because of usage, they've come to have opposite meanings. Same thing with awesome and awful. He says, Arabs, the kids of Ishmael. Well, you know, now we're getting back into the Yacub level. You know, y'all brothers is a little bit too Y'all gotta leave the holy book concept alone. Word, they made conversate a word now? I didn't know conversate was a word. It's because it's just converse. It's not conversate. But it's in the dictionary now or something. I guess it is conversate now. Myasine Chadwick, peace. The Bible is not a history book. There's history in it, but it's not a history book. So you can't really, like, on the one hand, y'all are speaking very, on the one hand, you speaking very, you speaking more from academia when you start to talk about how the language is changed and all that stuff. And then when you switch over to a religious, when you switch over to a religious, mode of study, you know what I'm saying? When you switch from, actual linguistics and you talking about the words changing and then you go to the Bible. Yeah, shades out. Yeah, I'm definitely night out. I see a lot, there's a lot of other, Sincere Born Asiatic said many different dialects of Arabic. I didn't know how many dialects, but one thing you do have to realize is that when you have a language, right, that spreads as far as Arabic spread, that is going to be variations because of the different people that you introduce in that language to. They're mixing that language with their language that they already have. You understand what I'm saying? So even if you look at English, right, Australia speak a certain kind of, New Zealand don't speak exactly like them. South Africa don't speak exactly like them. India don't speak exactly like them. Ireland don't speak exactly like Scotland. America don't speak exactly like Canada. You understand what I'm saying? So that's going to happen when you spreading, especially that far and that fast. You know what I'm saying? Is that you got people that got to pick that language up. Even that's what like French, Italian, and Spanish are. When the Germanic tribes came down and mixed their language with Latin, you got those other languages. Spanish got Arabic mixed in there too. He said a lot of people have no foundation outside of said holy books. See, the thing about those holy books, right, is you depending on, one or two people, and besides 120, a lot of times you don't even know who those people are. You understand what I'm saying? But you depending on that person, you see what I mean? Because once you get into these holy books, right, the stuff don't be corroborated. $793 said there seems to be a lot of people dibbling and dabbling in a lot of sciences and things without a proper foundation in one discipline as in class. In the tri-state alone, folks have many different styles and accents. Yeah. Alfonso said, I was speaking on how many teachings intertwine history and allegory. I've heard many speak of the story of Yacub as literal history, and others speak of it as allegory. I mean, I understand what you're saying. But you're making a separation there that's gonna hinder your understanding. Yeah, 793 hit a point that even within England, there's a whole bunch of different accents. There's like 9 or 10 different accents in England. And I heard that those accents actually shape the accents over here. That people that came from different parts of England, when they got to wherever they was in America and they clustered together, that formed some of the different accents that's here. Like they were saying that they know exactly where the white southern accent comes from. Yeah, Alfonso Brown, that's what I'm saying. My perspective, right, is that you making a difference without a distinction. All right, now see the last thing you said? The fact of the devil still stands. Hey, let me ask you a question, Alfonso Brown. Can you prove that your parents had sex in order for you to get here? All right, now see, Cloud Walker, when it says, the original man wrote the Bible or Quran, right? Remember, we're not talking about those books. Remember, the Nation of Islam don't got the Quran. They got Bible verses in the 120, but I don't know them to, read from the Bible per se. I know that in the beginning, Fard was teaching from the Bible because that's what people was that's what people had knowledge of. that was already their perspective, so he started from there. But it's not talking about the King James Version and the Muhammad Ali translation when it says Bible or Quran. It's saying your history. Blair Snotty said the accent thing is crazy because I'm from Birmingham, Alabama, and the white Southern accent is totally different from the black Southern accent. You know, that's one of them places, man, where, you know, when you from New York and somebody say Birmingham, Alabama, that just strikes certain things. It, like, you know, I be wondering, like, yo, man, y'all ain't get out of there yet? But I'm sure it's much more complex than that. Now, see, Alfonso Brown, what you said? You said you cannot prove history. You can't prove that your parents had sex, right? But here's the thing. Do you know where babies come from now? You said you could go into the science of genetics. So you do know where babies come from now. So let me ask you right now, right? Whether you go with the sun come up or not, right? January 15th, January 16th. Is Yacub real? Like right now, when it gets to January 20th, and we write the history, right, on January, for January 15th, 16th, right? And now you were here. If somebody asked you, will you say that on today, Yacub was real? Will you say that Yacub, yeah, that's something, the history of Yacub is true. I was there to see it. Yo, that is, you know, at first I didn't really pay attention to that, man. 793rd said, now English actors like Idris, the brother who played MLK Jr., and many more eating off imitating American accents. You know, at first, I really wasn't paying attention to that. I was like, man, you know, why they can't eat? But, you know, it is starting to get to a level where it's like, yo, you know, see, because not necessarily that it's the brothers from over their fault, but we know that they set up competition between different groups of brothers to bring about destruction in the whole. So not saying that, you know, they coming over here trying to take people's roles, but sometimes you got to recognize when you being used as useful land against your brothers or your people. See, Cloud Walker, now you got it. You writing your own Bible, so you mean you when you say the original man. Precisely. Are you in Birmingham too? You in Birmingham too? Guys deep out in Birmingham. No wonder y'all still there. Y'all done born God. $793 said deep South feel like Texas in the 60s. Blaine Snotty said, hence I'm in Baltimore now. Yeah, man, that's just one of the things where you like, man. Yeah, Be More Philly is definitely unique. They got that thing where they extend the U sound. Manufacturing of the devil is in the Bible with Jacob wanting to marry Rachel. Now see, here's the distinction. We're gonna, like I said, it's not a history book, but when we deal with the allegory, right? His wives was his wives, right? The 59,999 wasn't his wives, the way I draw that up. The 59,999 was the cattle and stuff he was getting. When he got the cattle that was spotted and speckled, those was people of different mentalities mentally and different complexions physically. So see, when you deal with the 12 tribes, those is original people to my understanding. And those would be the people who came from his wives, whereas the followers was the cattle. That's how I draw it up. He said they just happy to be useful land. It's not the worst part. He said Idris basically addressed the UK, telling them why he had to pull up to America to eat. Upstate New York, out west, all the way into Minnesota speak somewhat the same. Connecticut, Jersey City are within 2 hours but speak different. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That most other places, like in New York, we like to say that everybody else got an accent, but New York only speak like New York. Like, there's a few, you might get certain parts of Pennsylvania and certain parts of Jersey and Connecticut, but generally speaking, the New York accent is one of a kind. Cloud Walker said, I look at the story as the separation of seeds, the black and brown seeds, but this is what I'm saying. Rachel's father was his uncle. The people who was the different seeds that was manipulated was the cattle. Like, what part of the story involving his wives, right, would have them being the followers that he grafted. You know what I'm saying? Even when when you deal with the numbers, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got 59,999. These is faceless cattle. These is people that you just leading. These is not your wives that you making no knowledge and wisdom partnership with. You see what I'm saying? Because remember, even with this, you come in late in the story. Remember, he was doing all type of stuff before that. He's supposed to have been born holding on to his brother's foot. Then he picked the ball over the sword. And then he fooled his father with his mother's help and stole his brother's birthright. So see, the devil been made in that story. But the people who is the followers is the cattle. You said Isaac and Ishmael were black and brown seeds he split apart. That was the idea of evil. No. Isaac is Yacub's father. Yeah, see, if you using the Bible as a history book, you gotta put it in order. Was Isaac Jacob's grandfather? I think Isaac is Jacob's father. But I know Abraham is from, Isaac and Ishmael is from Abraham. Ishmael is Hagar's son, and Isaac is Sarah's son from Abraham. And then Isaac, he inherits everything from Abraham, and that is what Jacob wants. And his mother helps him steal it. Abraham separated the. Who knows? It just happened. What question you can't answer, Alfonso Brown? Yeah, I don't know if that's the meaning behind So you saying if Abraham separating his seeds, you saying that's a part of grafting? You think what goes into the 24th degree? I don't get it. You think the devil was predicted from Ishmael and Isaac going separate ways? So in this version right here, right? Abraham sent one of his seeds away. So would that seed be the black baby? Alfonso Brown, what are you saying? Esau is the black baby? Hmm. I mean, I never drew that up like that. You know, that's just something that I always looked at as a part of their history. That in Judaism, right? You a Jew if your mother is a Jew. And when you look at that, it's that that if you look at the science of how they culture was or how their culture is in that time, right? Ishmael would have been the son to inherit all of the stuff as the firstborn. He would have been the one to inherit the kingdom. You know what I'm saying? So in order to ensure that her son, you know what I'm saying, being that, she was the wife and the other lady was the maid, to ensure that her son got the inheritance, she had to send the other son away. You saying Abraham had a son named Esau too? I didn't know about that because remember, they was mad old Like they was getting mad old. I don't think they had no other kids. Remember, they was getting mad old, and Abraham was supposed to have this kingdom, but he didn't have no kids yet. Or Abraham had 3 wives. I missed that in the Bible. And so you saying that, so Isaac is the devil. Okay, so let me ask you, are you saying that Isaac is the devil? I mean, Alfonso Brown, you and Clyde Walker, y'all are. Yeah, but if it's the prediction of the devil, right? I'm saying, who's the devil in the first story? Like if the story of Yacub, right, is he separated the seas and made the devil, and you saying that this story, right, is an allegory for that, right, or a prediction of that, then I'm saying, who's the devil in the Abraham story? It said, we know the devil was always here, Abraham, because he made the decision to send his child into the wilderness. I mean, it's not something I would say. You know what I'm saying? Moses was from the house of Levi. Yeah, Cloud is kind of losing me too. So let me ask you a question. What about the story of Cain and Abel? Nah, you're not using 120. What you using in 120? So Alfonso Brown, are you looking for another religion to use as historical fact? Because you kind of turning Elijah Muhammad into religion. Well, I guess you stopped now, but that's what you've been doing the last couple of days. Yeah, you being religious about Elijah Muhammad. But yeah, how you see the story of Cain and Abel? I'm saying that in the Bible, you got a lot of stories, right? That's the same story. Like Elijah is almost the same story from Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Because first of all, the Bible is an amalgamation of books. Even if you don't look at it from the standpoint that the Bible is a whole bunch of stories that's been told over and over and over and over, right? And then they eventually landed in the Bible, right? Even the Bible itself, you got the 4 Gospels that don't necessarily match up. You understand what I'm saying? And one story that is continuously in the Bible as brothers constantly going at each other's throat, and some people is listening and some people is not listening. Like, why did Adam get kicked out of the Garden of Eden? Blair and Snotty said that whole book is a trick because in Genesis 5, it says that male and female were created and their name was Adam, which would mean by default, every person mentioned in the Bible is a group of male and female. Cain and Abel, I looked at as in brothers fighting over and over, like how we see brothers, family always going at each other. Precisely. So this is a story that's in the Bible. You understand what I'm saying? That the birthright is constantly being fought over. I mean, you know, to a certain degree, I can see what you're saying, but you gotta remember that everything in that Bible, right, is based on the covenant, which was already a prediction. To this day right now, they over there in Palestine torturing them people because they saying that it was predicted that this was going to be our land. So everything that was involved with them was already predicted. That the allegory of Abraham. So who is Abraham in the 24th degree? And why didn't Isaac, like how did it skip the step of Isaac? Yeah, see, sincere born Asiatic, he got it right. See, Adam ain't get kicked out for eating the apple. He got kicked out because he ain't listen. I tell you, don't eat that. See, Noah, he listened. See, David is the worst sinner in the Bible probably. But he listened to what God told him to do though. Whatever was his part that he's supposed to play in the covenant, he played that to perfection. Messed up everything else though. Cloud Walker says the whole story is drawn to that. Like when I read that story, I thought of that degree. Like if Abe didn't kick out his son enslaved, then that wouldn't have been a prediction. Yeah, but I'm saying him kicking out the son, if he kept the son, that wouldn't have happened. I mean if he kept the son, I don't see how that would have impacted the story. Like if he kicked out that son and then that son became the mad scientist that made the devil because he was pissed off that he got kicked out, then I could see that. He said Yacub comes from his line, like blood. Yacub is in his lineage. Yeah, I don't know those. Now, he's not speaking about him as a literal man. You're taking it literally. See, now, let me tell you something, Alfonso Brown. I think I got an understanding of what it is. I went through this what you're dealing with right now is one of the reasons I'm a 5%. Because when I was dealing with religion, right? Like when I was little, right? And they used to have these shows that come on TV like Ben-Hur and Jesus of Nazareth and all that, right? And I used to see the miracles on TV. I used to take it literally. To the point where one of the biggest disappointments in my life was the first time I took a ride in a plane. I was expecting to see God. I was expecting to see angels or something. Even if I didn't see God, like he busy doing miracles. Like, look, I'm finally going to get to go and be a part of this story that I've been hearing about. But see, that was in my mind the way I was taking it. That's why I said, see, when I was a Christian, I couldn't make no sense of the Bible. But then when I got the math, yeah, now I can make all kinds of sense out of the Bible. if you're looking at the whole line from Abe to Jacob. All right, well, what about the Quran's version of the story? All right, now you see Alfonso Brown, what he said? It's a story that may or may not have happened. See, people are talking and you're taking it more literally than anybody's actually saying. So Gilbert, peace. Cloud Walker, though, what about the Quran's version of the story? See, this is where you get into the perspectives in the world perspectives. See what I mean? In the world views. Okay, now in the Quran's version, it's Jacob and Ishmael that established Mecca and build a Kaaba. So in the Quran's version, he didn't abandon his son and kick him out into the wilderness. And even in the Bible's version, did you know that Hagar is the only woman in the Bible that spoke directly to God? Not Gabriel, not the angels, not the disciples, not Jesus. She's the only one that spoke directly to God. But in the Quran, there's no abandonment. Well, yeah. Those are two little coinky dinks in that story. Remember, that's how they go out into the desert. They got like a little bit of provisions or something, right? Everything gets dire, and then God comes and saves them, and that's... So I'm saying in that religious, sense, when you speaking on a biblical plane, that was a blessing. Ibrahim, Abraham is Ibrahim in Arabic. You see what I'm saying, though? Just like when you deal with all the trials and tribulations that the Jews went through in the Bible, that was really supposed to be a part of their blessing. No. Isaac is Jacob's father. Ishmael is the one that you said is the father of the Arabs. See, y'all gonna make me brush up on my biblical history and something here. But yeah, you got quite a few people mixed up. Absolutely, it matters in the story. That's what I'm saying. You gotta remember, Jacob that's the 12 tribes of Israel. Jacob got in a fight with the devil and changed his name to Israel. Which is, now if you're talking about something that, but see, I don't get that, I don't go that deep into it. But just in terms of the story, did you ever notice that it speaks about Israel and the Jews kind of differently in the Bible? Right, but this is what I'm saying. You're isolating only the Jewish portion of the story. Because remember, it's all the same people. Who was the person, who was the angel that came and told Mary she was pregnant? All right, you said you only thought of it because it was on a live, all right? But look, now who was the person that came and dictated the Bible to Muhammad? No, Gabriel's the messenger, period. Yeah, so see, you looking at half the story. You said, why speak in allegorical terms when you can speak direct about the principles? All right, now see, that's the part which you have to understand about Elijah Muhammad, who he was, and you got to understand the time. See what I'm saying? Like, we got the brothers in here from Birmingham, Alabama. You got to understand the time. Like, see, you look, just like right now, I remember touching this topic on one of the lives before, is that, listen, I'm not from a time of, I was born right after civil rights. So for me, for a while, I really couldn't understand, because when growing up, you got, Muhammad Ali, Sugar Ray Leonard, any sport, we didn't have Jordan yet. We had Dr. J, you know what I'm saying? Where I saw brothers that's so dominant that I couldn't picture, like, how could I let somebody tell me I can't go in this bathroom, I can't drink out that water fountain? Like, what? I wish somebody would. Because you're not from that time. So see, like for instance, a lot of times we look back at the Masons and we look down, we say they conceal the truth. But in their time, people was getting hanged for speaking the truth. Now he said, no, I understand why Elijah speaking allegory and mythos. Same reason the devil did, but for a different purpose. I'm talking about us. Now we're going to come full circle back to what I was touching on in the beginning. Don't change the lessons. We talk about it like that because that's the way it is. Now, when you smooth enough with mathematics, when you swift enough with mathematics, see, we can bring that up to date instantly. But you don't change it. Because once you change it to now we speaking the stories directly, now you've taken now it's translated. And whenever you translate it, it's going to gain things and it's going to lose things. And if it gains and loses the wrong things, where it goes totally out of the context, then you definitely gonna have more trouble with what's gonna happen from the separation of ideas from you changing the lesson than the problems you're gonna have now understanding why we still use it. It's not broke. It's not broke. Why change it? But yeah, these is all the same people telling the same story. And getting back to Cloud, right? These is all the same people telling the same story. And what I'm telling you is that when you look in the other books, right? Especially in the Bible. See, the Bible and the Quran is like PCs and Macs. See, the PCs, you got all types of companies that make PCs. All types of companies that put parts that goes in PCs. But see, with Mac, it's only a certain amount of companies, 2 or 3 different companies that make the parts that they assemble into it. It's supposed to be one author. It's supposed to be one author of the Quran. Now the Bible, you got the 4 Gospels, right? Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. They don't even add up together. You got to look at all those versions just to get it. Look, and these is all people who was there. Like, they agree that we all was there. Like, you was there, yeah, I was there. You remember him was there, yeah, no doubt. Yeah, we go back like that. But hold up. Y'all all got a little bit different stories about what happened. So if you just take one into account and don't take the other ones, then you're not going to have a full picture. Remember, that was the whole science. What the Quran was supposed to be for, what Muhammad was supposed to be coming for, was to regulate all the discrepancies between those books. And that the people may have developed from straying away from those books to different degrees. Yeah, it could be that too. Could be talking about the supreme wisdom, because that happens. Edwin Del Val, peace. But yeah, you know, you gotta look at that whole, you know, and then, you know, when you're dealing with you know, I mean, I see what you're saying in terms of, you know, real life. You know what I'm saying? If your father and your grandfather is alcoholics, then that might predispose you to alcoholism. You know what I'm saying? But that's not where the prediction was made. The prediction was already made in the covenant with Abraham. Because see, even that was a separation. Abraham is not from Palestine. He's from some place called Ur. And that's like over closer to India. He's not from Palestine. So, I mean, you could say that's a separation too. When he separated from wherever he was, but see, you gotta remember, grafting is something that can't happen by mistake. Meaning, like, if you and your woman is dark skinned, right, and y'all have a seed that's brown skin, or if you and your woman is, you know, you dark skin, your woman is brown skin, and y'all have a seed that's light skin, that's not grafting. To graft, you got to kill the black baby. You got to kill the black. You can't just graft by doing positivity. You can't just born understanding and graft. You got to kill the black baby. And see, that's a point. That's a point that you know is really, that's why I said I'm looking for that in your, when you saying that's prediction, like, nah, man, nah. Just two things separating, yeah, that's the first step. But you have to kill the black baby. That's the only way. Like, if we have people and we just keep trying to make people lighter and lighter, that ain't gonna work. Alfonso said the truth is constant. Yeah, that's why we try and keep it constant with the, put it like this. Clearly, you understand it this way. And this is something I always wanted to. Like I said earlier, I don't know why people want things to be like it was back in the days, but you don't want to do nothing like we did it back in the days. You know what I'm saying? You know, to me, one reason why people want to do things like they did it back in the days is because it worked. Like when I started this off and I was talking about that system that we grew up in where it was the ciphers there, yo, that worked. And now it's people that come around and they suggest changes where it's like, I don't see that working. You know, I don't know that that's going to work. Like the way you described it, I don't know. And then I know for a fact that I've seen a system that works. So I've seen, you know, personally, at least hundreds, you know, maybe thousands of brothers study the lessons with Yacub in it and come to the complete truth. I don't know what'll happen if you change it. Why take a chance? We dealing with a situation where the devil is on our back. We don't got time to experiment with it. Leave it like it is. Yeah, well, look. You know, that is, you know, that's the act of separating, Cloud. And you said you wasn't thinking killing. You know, that's the act of separating. Matter of fact, speaking of killing, somebody who's well versed on the Bible, right? Wasn't Abraham going to kill Jacob? Kill Isaac? Isaac was the one he was going to kill, right? Or was that Ishmael? See, that's what I'm saying. That story is I don't know how much it is related, but that's actually the act of you separating the seeds. You can't just separate them by keeping them apart. You ever tried that? You ever try to tell two kids that want to fight, yo, you stand over there and you stand over there? Or two teenagers of the opposite sex that want to deal with each other, you ever just try to tell them, look, you stay over there and you stay over there? That don't work. You got to eliminate one of them from the cipher. Not by killing them, I'm saying you got to tell them, go your way. But if you just tell them, look, go in the room and don't touch, that ain't going to happen. That ain't... To separate them, somebody's got to be eliminated. Well, yeah, when you ask why we still speak on Yacub, you know, and not just change it to something else, you know, if you change it to your climate theory, right, or whatever's the other thing you said, right, that takes the intention out. It doesn't describe why the black baby has to die. And I'm talking about all the way up to now. That don't describe why the little kid, what's his name? Tamir Rice. That don't describe why he had to get shot. That don't describe, you know what I'm saying, why, you know, the enslavement and all these things happen. That don't describe why we see them continuing daily to do the things that those degrees told us that Yacub taught them. So, leave Yacub alone. It's like if you got babies all over that don't know each other, so they may not have that togetherness, and the devil uses that separation to take out the black family, then I see that degree as equality. So how is separation a good thing? I mean, when you looking at the flag, right? And you look at the point that's all the way on the left and it's going that way. And you look at the point that's all the way on the right, it's going the opposite way. Sometimes people gotta separate Because it's more than one post that got to be held down. And let me tell you something. The Muslims saved the Jews plenty of times. The Christians used to kill the Jews and kick them out the whole country. The Jews been kicked out of almost every country in Europe multiple times. You know, you kick somebody out your house, they've been kicked out of the country. And you know where they used to go and be able to go amongst and not get their head chopped off? Amongst the Muslims. See, some brothers from Mecca, some brothers went to Medina, and some brothers went to Pilon. A lot of firstborns that you hear from this borough or that borough, they came from somewhere else. But we have brothers over here, we have brothers in here from Cali. You know, we had brothers had to go out there to do that. See, sometimes, especially you start dealing with this knowledge and you intense like we was, it came to that point where it's like, all right, like we say, yo, look, when you might be teaching somebody and they reach a certain point, now y'all always going back and forth. All right, you need to go somewhere else and teach. You need to go somewhere else, man. You don't need to be arguing with me. You need to go somewhere else, man. That was actually a directive. That when we got to that point, like what you see on Sinetta, right? We used to do that with each other. But we debating one little point. Yo, God, it's this, God, yo, Yacub, this, yo, man, it's time for y'all to separate. You go build over there, you go build over there. And that's how the nation grew. So that's why I said, man, you know, just the act of you going that way and me going that way, that's not grafting until you kill the black baby. See, Alfonso? Now you starting to see, like, the story puts things in the perspective that you can see it like that. Alfonso, you gotta remember, this thing is for babies, man. This thing is for babies. And just like it's easier to tell a baby not to be lying by giving them the story of the boy that cried wolf, right? It's easier for you to tell somebody who's 15 this idea, man, and letting them know that, okay, I don't want to be this person. I don't want to be Yacub. And demonstrate to them that, look, when you do that, if you be Yacub in this day and time, it's not going to be no other people over there that exist hundreds of years after you pass away that's going to be paying the price for you doing that. It's going to be you. Yeah. Look, the most of the degree is about killing the black baby. The 28th degree, that's most of the degree. Never leave that part out. It said it separated the brown germ from the black germ and grafted it into white by destroying the black germ. By destroying the black germ. And what I'm saying is, Ishmael didn't get destroyed in the story. like I said, the Jewish story says, oh yeah, some other miracle thing happened out there, and that's how they make it, and that's how they made it. But in the Quran, no. Him and Abraham somehow ended up in Mecca together, building the Kaaba. Okay. Let's Alfonso Brown, this is a little bit academia now. Where you going with this? Here's the thing. You know, one of the things that people do when they do these kind of things, write these kind of books, right, is they use words, ideas, and concepts that can't be proven or disproven. So when you say, do I see it as historical fact, what I'm telling you is that Yacub cannot be proven or disproven. You see, you know, it's like when you know, you look at certain degrees. No, we don't deal with belief, right? But look, just to discount something without having no proof that it didn't happen is belief too. Like if somebody, you know, you hear somebody did something, right? And you don't think that happened, what people say? Oh, I don't believe that happened. Disbelief is still belief. The opposite of belief is knowledge, not disbelief. So right now, it's just a situation where, look, the same way somebody can ask me and say, okay, look, show me the proof that Yacub existed. They can't show me the proof that Yacub didn't exist. Like right now, let's say it's two dudes, right? And let's say they got a dispute over whose baby this is. See, we could argue till the day is long. But see, when I show you my DNA test, right, and it says that it's 99% chance of it being mine, I don't gotta argue nothing with you. So when you got something that cannot be proven or disproven, and you're seeking whether it can be proven or disproven, this is why I'm saying you searching for trillions of years. Because you cannot prove to me that Yacub don't exist. You can tell me what's the probabilities, you can tell me how it sound, but you cannot prove it. See, look, I seen, you know, I was alive during time when Jim Jones did what he did. I done seen people be followers, man, and follow somebody after they return to the essence, man. So what I'm saying is, you know, by the same token, I want you to prove to me that it didn't happen. or prove to me what is the real story. Until then, this idea of its historical fact or not, right now, is what Elijah Muhammad said. Now, based on my studies of the things Elijah Muhammad said, right, I gave other examples of times when Elijah said things, including some related to the story. Elijah said that all that happened 6,000 years ago. I told you, I don't know if you looked it up, right? The Human Genome Project determined that all blonde-haired, blue-eyed people descend from a common ancestor who existed 6,000 years ago. So at least that part is historical fact. How do you know the rest of it ain't going to be shown and proven to be historical fact? See, if you just say, yo, it's not historical fact and it's just allegory right now, then your mind is closed. You are not doing the knowledge because you don't have proof either way. You see what I'm saying? To just jump out the window and say it's true is to take it on face value. And to just jump out the window and say it's not true is to take it on face value. Because at the end of the day, the story is not that Yacub did nothing magical. The story is not that Yacub had magic powers. The story is that Yacub had some people, he controlled their mind, right? And he controlled their sex practices. It's other people like that. Somebody earlier today mentioned Father Divine. That's what happened to Father Divine's nation. Is they were supposed to be celibate, so they never reproduced. So there's really not too many young people from his nation. We got people that take the kids and take the people somewhere and and take all the kids from the people and molest the people. We got what's this dude name from the Mormons? They're talking about he met some alien from outer space and the alien deciphered the Egyptian hieroglyphs for him or something. And he got on people out there to this day controlling their minds and controlling their sexual habits. And he died in the 1800s. So you telling me that these historical Yacubs didn't exist? If they existed then, how can you tell me for a fact that it never existed before? This is what I'm telling you, Alfonso Brown. Leave your mind open and understand it for what it is right now. Or you will be with the people who quietly stop asking why we say the devil is 6,000 years old. Quietly. Because you don't want us to say, oh yeah, remember when you were saying that? Don't jump out the window. You can't show and prove it either way right now. But I can tell you it exists right now. Historically. I just gave you several examples of historical Yacubs. Goddamn noise. Yeah. Examples of Yacub, man. Listen, it's all kind of Yacub, man. Right here in our community, man. Right here, I'm trying to look, black people, man. I've seen black people take people, look, from wherever they was, take them to a certain part of New York, take them from that part of New York down south. Then I don't know what happened to them. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. The evidence, you know, right now, there's no evidence on the side that there wasn't a Yacub, except just, you know, disbelief. Just the idea that, you know, like, oh man, you know, that the scientists went and did that. But yo, I'm telling you, it happens all the time. You could very easily be Yacub. Very, very easily. But hopefully, now you got it, Alfonso, because you know the real thing you got to do is you got to get some other lessons, man. You know, the main ones you need, the supreme mathematics and the supreme alphabet, and then you got to get 120 lessons. See, that's you. Look, that's the point. It's just something that needed to be drawn up for me. I'm sure some guys must have had similar questions before. See, this is what happens when you walk with God. You understand what I'm saying? Where, nah, everything that the brother is saying, I don't know what he talking about. But so far, he ain't never led me wrong. You understand what I'm saying? Everything, you know, he tell me, I don't really know what this is when I first, but then when I come back and he break it down for me, I'll be like, oh, snap. You understand what I mean? So when he give me something else, and this is what I'm telling you about Elijah, man. When has Elijah led you wrong to where you decided that, yo, man, you know, being that it's Elijah, you know what? He's the boy that cried wolf, man. I don't know about Elijah. That's the whole look. When you know, back in the days when I first heard, yo, we not pro-black or anti-white. Hey, what? I didn't understand that. But that's why I keep telling you that, listen, man, some things, you got to give it some time for it to soak in. You got to wait the 8 minutes and 20 seconds for that light to touch you on the planet. And when Del Valle said you have modern day Yacubs, because history repeats itself, in that sense, it's modern day Musa, Jesus, and everybody else. He's right and exact. Doing these videos are important. Not everyone has an enlightenment of this specific knowledge at the moment, so the questions come your way. Yeah, that's peace, but I'm saying, you know, listen, some of the because look, this is what happens too, right? And I noticed this as a young guy, right? Sometimes when it's a point, right, and okay, it's been explained, Let that go. Because it's a whole bunch of other signs that you could get, and then a lot of that other signs, somewhere down the line, something else he say might be the thing that illuminate what you didn't really fully. I mean, you don't want to just be standing there and you know, it's like somebody speaking Chinese. But if you got just one thing like that, and it's all this other understanding to get, sometimes you don't want to do that. Clyde Walker said, I learned that lesson about Elijah back in the day from a Medina guy. He told me, would I have known I was God without Elijah? That's what I'm saying, son. That's what I'm saying. That listen, man, Elijah's not a slouch. All the stuff you heard, listen, education is not intelligence. Education is not intelligence. That's why you got people that's college educated, right? And their kids is failing in school because they can't help them. They not really smart. They just got degrees because they learned the system and get a teacher what they want. You hear things about other nations as a young guy, and because you love yours, you might hate others because you don't know. I think that's something that we bring over from religion with us. I think that's something that we bring over from religion with us, because the longer time you have the knowledge, the less you that way. You know, and I'm somebody with, you know, pretty solid lines, you know, on who I be around. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, religions is like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, most religions was spread by the sword. Most religions were spread by the sword. They, you know, they like that. You understand what I mean? They can't even speak to each other. A Jew can't even walk in a church or a mosque. You understand what I'm saying? And like I said, I was talking earlier about how when you look at a lot of the newer religions that came, right? Like if you look in BC times, right? And you look at places like Egypt, the snake was revered. So the snake became a villain in the religions that came in the AD times. So it's that same thing where you constantly vilifying the other religion. But are you doing that because what you're dealing with is based on faith? In the actual knowledge of something else is gonna, you know, destroy your useful land? You know, say God doesn't love the devil regardless of how long he devotes to study, but it don't say God hate nowhere. See, like I said in the class yesterday, love is the highest form of understanding, right? But everything you understand, you don't love. See, love is cohesive energy. Love is cohesive energy that brings about harmony. It'll always be better for you if you practice being a quoter. Yeah, see, listen, the more times you quote the lessons and you hear the lessons being quoted, right, the more you're going to be able to draw it up, the more understanding you're going to get from it. Like if you just, I don't know if you was on earlier when I said that, is that how many different subjects, right? How many different topics that you study in school and you got an A in the class. And now, your kids get the same topic for homework. And you looking at it, and it's like, yo, you recall, but yeah, this is you don't really recall like you did before. See, it's not going to be one test at the end of the week or the end of the month or the end of the semester. It's not going to be no final exam. Your final exam with this is when you croak. When you croak, that's your final exam with this knowledge. Lord Savior, peace to the God. What's going on? I have one question dealing with today's degree. Can you be rich and 5%? And what's the significance of poor? Yeah, we was dealing with this a little bit earlier. Right, you see now Cloud working that's what I'm saying. And that's why quoting is important. You know what I mean? You gotta study this with a certain amount of dedication and discipline. You know what I mean? Where it's drilled in you. Now, Lord Savior said, can you be rich and be a 5%? Of course you could be rich and be a 5%. You know what I'm saying? Like I was saying, earlier with the other brothers, right? You got to look at all the words. You know what I'm saying? You can't seize on just that one word. And, it says rich slave maker of the poor. That means that's how they make their money. There's other people that's rich from other things. Every endeavor you do, see, like, we was explaining earlier and I was talking about money, right? The simplest definition that I could give of money, right? Or the simplest example I could give of how to use money, right, is if we take it back to the barter system, right? We take it back to the barter system, and I grow watermelons, right? And you grow onions. Now, me personally, I don't like onions. I don't like the taste. I don't eat it. Right? So, how we gonna barter? You're gonna have to go someplace else, right? And find somebody that got something that I want. And then trade that with them and then come all the way back over here. So what we really talking about is the value, right, of my knowledge and my labor that it took for me to grow this thing. And if, we all value our knowledge and our labor that we have to grow whatever we grow or do whatever we do, right? Then we can agree that it's something that we all think is of value and that it could save us the time and the labor of having to go all around and collect all these things so we could barter with each other. You understand what I'm saying? And the simple fact of the matter is, in anything that exists, you know what I'm saying? Everybody that came in the NBA in 1996, right? Or 97, whatever year it was. They all came in the same league, with the same teams, played with the same ball, hoop, at the same height. But somehow Kobe Bryant excelled. And some other people didn't make it to the end of the year. So yeah, if you deal with money, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna have certain people that they not really that interested in it. Like, they don't want to get up in the morning and be the one to get all the business stuff together. They'll be at their level. You understand what I'm saying? But that's got nothing to do with it. See, what you gotta remember, the thing about being rich, at least here in the wilderness of North America, right? At this time that we existing, is that money is power over here. Like, money is freedom, money is power, money is equality. You understand what I'm saying? Money, you could accomplish a lot with money. So that's just a science that you gotta master, because without no money, that's the reason why we could be used. That should make you useful land for other people. You see what I'm saying? Being rich, what's really the dangerous thing about being rich for people is, like I said, money is power, money is all these things. See, money is the power to do certain things. You see what I'm saying? Like, just say, not saying that's true, but just talking about the allegory of it, right? If a rich man get to the pearly gates of heaven, he not gonna have no excuse why he didn't help the orphans and why he didn't, you know what I'm saying? Why he didn't help the sick. Because he had the power to do a whole bunch of stuff and he didn't do it. Yeah, no more Yacub questions. Look, take like a week. Take like a week and try to digest all the stuff you heard about Yacub in the last week and a half, 2 weeks. And then maybe you'll have some. Cloud Walker said, poor could be understood and valued a percentage. 5% is the least out of 100. No. So you gotta, you know, see when you look at the lessons, right? You know, you gotta look at it on every level. The first level, right? Look at it literally how it is. See, we was talking about earlier, you know, somebody said, look, Elijah didn't have no money really till Malcolm came along. Fard and all of them, you gotta remember, they just coming out of the stages. Elijah, all the people he teaching, that area where they was at, what they call Black Bottom or whatever, you know what I'm saying? The people that was over there was all people that was subject to the 10%. That was a part of, you know, being in the wilderness of North America, you know what I'm saying? The science in the 1 in 36 and all of that, you know, even, you know, in the 1 in 14 when it said, why does the devil teach and keep our people illiterate, right? In 1933, illiterate meant you couldn't read and write. Literally, you know, I said literally, but you know, it meant you couldn't read and write. See, now we saying that it means you don't know the truth. Don't get me wrong, that applied then too, but that's what I'm saying. There's certain things that's what it's telling you. These are the rich slave makers of the poor. BP, come in the name of I measure a lot. When I meet you, I don't have to ask you what that means. Now, Clyde Walker asks, it's only a few black Americans with money anyway, but as a whole nation, we poor and still illiterate. True ruler, peace. I mean, see, now we get into the economic thing. See, like when you say it's a few black Americans with money, like, you mean relatively? You see, a lot of advancement that they talking about, right, since the 60s, is a rising tide lifting all boats. I mean, like, in 1960, the stock market probably was at 1,500 or something. Like, now it's like 29,000, it probably is at 1,500. You understand what I mean? So, yeah, everybody got more money, right? But here's the thing. I said a rising tide lift all boats. So everything on the water is higher, but guess what? You still in a dinghy, and they still in a yacht. So your situation as a whole didn't really improve. But, you know, getting back to what the brother was saying is that, you know, look, some people is going to be rich because they focus, man. And when I use the example of Kobe Bryant to say that's rich in anything, you know. There's some people that get paid on Friday, they go smoke and drink their money all up. And other people make that same money and they end up buying a house. Because of their mentality. See, like I was telling the brothers earlier, look, whatever's the game you playing, you gotta master the point of the game. Like if you playing basketball, you gotta be nice with a ball, with a basketball. If you playing football, you gotta be nice with a football. And if you in capitalism, you better be nice with capital. Blair and Snotty said, to my knowledge, poor was in reference to the area, the poor part of the planet Earth. Poor was also a mental condition of the people with a play on words. The poor righteous teachers are the pure. And where you got this knowledge? You said was in reference to the poor part of the planet Earth. See, the thing with all of these things that you're saying, right, is that it ain't ask you that. It said, who is the 5%? So why would it start describing what part of the planet we on? You know, why would it be describing who the 85% is? Let's take it to the ninth degree in the 1 to 40, right? When you go to the ninth degree, and K-Y said you gotta go through it with that day. You know, our measure. When you look at the 1 to 40, right, and it said, they don't try to learn who is causing all this to happen by letting the 5% teach them. They believe in the 10% on face value. Now, what is the common right now, right? Right now, to this day, right? What do they say about the people that's you know doing some type of teaching now? Those are the hoteps, right? Those are the hoteps that don't have no loot, so we don't want to listen to them. We want to listen to the people who, you know, they showing all the flash. All right, you said righteous teachers and that makes us rich. You're right. You know, look, you gotta be, you know, rich in what? Rich in that you got a lot of money. Rich in that you got a lot of family. Rich in that you got a lot of resources. Like rich is an adjective. I measure Allah means I investigate, examine, study, analyze, and weigh all parts of my mind and then everything outside of myself. To keep it simple, my name means I do the knowledge to Allah, the All. So, I mean, you know, see, it's your name, but I'm just saying why I wouldn't pick that name if it was me, right? What are the measurements that you've determined so far of your mind? Like, do you have a length, width, and depth that you can use to what are the measurements you came up with for that? Said it was what one of the guys in prison was explaining when I was locked up at Limestone. Now listen, that's not wrong, because see, look, you got to take the pour out, and that's one way to take the pour out, right? You take it out by putting another idea there, so you don't think in you know what I mean, in that terms. You know what I mean? You don't think in terms of being poor. You don't have that poor consciousness. You know what I'm saying? You know, like when a rich person, or you know, even yourself. Like, look, see, I don't deal with that, but I'm saying, look, a couple of y'all in a couple weeks from now, when y'all get y'all tax money, y'all gonna be walking totally different down the block. Y'all gonna be talking to people. Like, see, people, you might have put up with something from them last week. Nah. I got this loop now. See, your whole mentality, the way you moving is different. And then just by you moving that way, you're going to attract certain things to you. So yeah, by him saying that, yo, us being righteous and knowing that we God and knowing that we are our greatest resource and knowing what we have the power to do, that already give us the power. That already make us rich. But don't let that persuade you not to go out there and deal with the physical reality of it too. Because that's not the only poverty we dealing with. Yeah, see, A-Allah, he already got his plans already. See, he getting new Timbs, new Pelly. He gonna be styling on y'all, man. You see what I'm saying? It's you know, you gotta understand that the money is just a resource. The money became more powerful. The money became more powerful than the ideas of the people. Money is a way to move resources around. Yeah. I measure, you still didn't tell me what measurements you came up with. Because see, most of us, right, is going to say that the mind is infinite. So how you measured it? And what is the scale of the ruler that you used? Allah said, can you get more resources? What do you mean? Well, what degrees you on now, Cloud Walker? What degree you on? Now, that's a fine. Hold on for a second.
Yeah,
Now see that? Now you getting into the funny line right there, love. When you say money can get you more resources. No. We gotta get the more resources. Teaching can get us more resources. We the resource. Look, my man. The whole economy in the world is built off of us, man. The first capital was land. The second capital was us. Once you had the land, the second capital is the people to work the land. I have one right here.
What you thought of it? It's peppermint kush.
You know what?
It was just old because it's Clifton's. But
That too. But yeah, so you know, that's what you gotta realize is that you said money could get you more resources. No, it's the other way. The resources could get you more money. The people that got the most money, that's how they do it. See, like, what's this dude's name? Like Zuckerberg and all them type of cats. See, they knowledge is their resource. You understand what I'm saying? They use that to get money.
Zuckerberg is a proof.
See the Arabs we was talking about? The oil is their resource. They use that to get more money. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, I understand what everybody's saying. You don't want to be caught up in money and see what you're saying. That's the perspective. When you realize that you, as the resource, you get more money. But see, when you start thinking that the money do all the work, now you starting to get caught up. You see what I'm saying? Where you will end up in a position where you will be a funny style 5%. You see what I'm saying? We gonna look at you like, yeah, this.
You ain't one of us.
Yeah, you ain't never got nothing when it's time to chip in. You see? You see, Born King put another way. See that? All those things, that's to take it out mentally. And realize that we the real resource. You know? God said that degree can be looked at as poor, as in P-O-R-E. You know what I'm saying? When you pour yourself into a topic, you know what I mean? Or you pour over it. When you pour over it, you know, it's like you know, pores is tiny. So you examine it on a fine level. You see what I'm saying? And then, yeah, when you have that mentality, just like I said with the Bible, you don't want to have slave mentality. You know, if you read the Bible from the perspective of you think you a slave, then when you read it, you're going to identify with all the slaves in there. But I'm saying I'm not for the, you know, idea that, you know, we're gonna be in the wilderness of North America, you know what I'm saying, and not realize what that means. That means we gotta master this cipher right here where we at. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it takes. Like we not, you know, like I was saying yesterday, when you deal with jungle, most people They think about forests and trees and gorillas and this type of stuff. But we in the concrete jungle. So the way we have to apply ourselves in this jungle is different. See, and when you in that jungle, right, the animals is dangerous. And the people is more likely to stick together. But in this jungle, the animals, they ain't nothing. You keep the animals in the house. It's the people. It's the people that's the beast.
Hey, bring the animals in.
Yeah, you keep the animals in the house.
You need to stay out.
It's the other people. You stay out there.
You rather have animals, some animals in the house before you put. Nah, you can't come in that.
Yeah, that's how the concrete jungle is different.
But that's a dog. Yeah, he's well. You're not.
Yeah, I'm about to. I got some stuff I gotta do tomorrow. Y'all keep getting me caught up, man. It's you, Alfonso. I ain't answer no questions about Yacub tomorrow. And Cloud said, I'm rewriting my history, I should say. What you mean rewriting it?
He was talking about he renews his history every month. So yeah, you ain't got time to be renewing no history.
What you mean you renew your history every month? I ain't see that.
Yeah, I know you didn't see that. I had to tell him, nah, man. We predict history in advance. We let the earth renew history.
What you mean you renew your history every month? I see. Sometimes I be talking and I miss stuff.
Oh yeah,
I see it up here. I made my 1 to 14, but I've been renewing my history for the. Well, no. You ain't been renewing your history no 4 months. You've been slacking for 4 months. In 4 months, you acknowledge the whole 120.
I think that's why I said he's using the wrong word.
Nah. That's just See that renewing my history when it comes to the lessons, you got about 2 weeks to say that to me, man.
That means you.
Yeah, cause look, that's like you telling me you've been trying to relearn how to ride a bike for 4 months. It don't work like that, man. You ain't relearning how to ride a bike for 4 months. You ain't renewing no history, and then only up to the 1 to 14 for 4 months. Cause it's hard to not recall the 1 to 10. It's hard to you lose the 1 to 10.
Yo, hey.
Look, even the 136, I can see you losing the numbers.
Yo, I've seen brother dudes from 1 to 10.
Nah.
Yeah.
They not the 5.
Hold on.
Everybody I seen lose the 1 to 10, especially if you lose a knowledge degree, we can no longer talk. We can no longer look. You got to start all over. Don't tell me nothing about you used to be at 5%. I don't care if you walk with a lot. If you don't know the 1 to 10, especially the knowledge degree, you're done. You're done. You never was one of us.
Pretty much.
BP says the measurements aren't always 5 feet, 7.5 pounds, or 3 yards. That's what I'm saying, but the mind is infinite. So how you measuring? See, because the mind travel at a speed that only the mind can detect. So what is this other thing that you're using? What is this other thing that you're using to measure it? But yeah, don't tell nobody that again. You've been renewing your history for 4 months. You've been repeating. See, when you're renewing your history for 4 months, you repeating. Because that means every time you seen somebody for the last 4 months, you told them the same thing, and the same thing was the case the next time. All right, you get with that. You kept the math and the alphabet and the knowledge degree. You know the 1 in 10. Listen, 1 degree a day, 1 degree a day, and that's 4 months. It's 30 days in a month, right? Times 4 months is 120. See, what y'all not doing is y'all not quoting y'all lessons enough times a day. Y'all quote it one time, like you study for the test one time, and then after you take the test, you don't never study that topic again. You gotta be quoting multiple times a day. See, that's the discipline part, man. That's the discipline part that when you want to come with us, that's how you gotta go. When you come with us, because see, we not religious. See, the religious people, they give you practices to keep you on point. See, like when the Muslims when the Muslims is praying 5 times a day, one of the reasons that's for is because how much time, you ain't got too much time to do establishment, because you got to be back to handle your business. You know, the washing of the, you know what I mean? All those religious practices and all those religions is to keep people in tune with some type of natural way. And then, of course, it gets religioned out and, you know, spooked out or whatever. Allah said how many times? I'm going to give y'all the Brownsville method. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, it's cool because we've been rocking all night. You know what I mean? I was actually going to save this for tomorrow. Blayland Snotty said math, alphabets, and the knowledge of the 1 in 10. 14, 15, 16, 17 of the 1 in 40. If anything slacks, those can't. Just in my those is your pet degrees right there. Yeah, I can get with those. All right, now listen. You said you by yourself, Cloud Walker. I'm gonna give y'all the Brownsville method. This was suggested to y'all by a Supreme Man from Trenton, New Jersey, who actually got the knowledge in Brownsville, but this is the Brownsville method. Quote your degree 7 times, 3 times a day. What I mean is I said, look, who's the original man? Give the answer. 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 You understand what I'm saying? My name is W.F. Muhammad. My name is W.F. Muhammad. My name is W.F. Muhammad. My name is W.F. 7 times. Why is it the devil selling the best part of planet Earth? Give the answer. Why is the devil selling the best? Every day. Now you see what you talking about, Cloud Walker? If you do that every day for 30 days, you done went through the degree. Another thing y'all need to do, quote the whole thing sometimes. The level that y'all at, quote the whole thing once a week. You understand what I'm saying? It takes about 30 minutes if y'all never tried it. You know what I'm saying? If you by yourself, quote the whole thing by yourself. If you with somebody else, you understand what I'm saying? If you with somebody else, look, you take 1, they take 2. You take 3, they take 4. Or if it's a group of y'all go around. Quote the whole thing. Yeah, see, King Supreme, he said he quote them from start to finish every day, multiple times, even when he's driving. You see what I'm saying? A lot of time y'all spending sitting around analyzing what the 85 is doing wrong. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all could be using to study your degrees. So that right there, that would be at least 21 times that you quoting it by yourself. That's 21 times you quoting it by yourself, let alone when you come in tune with other people. And look, once you done quoted it that much time by yourself, when you come in tune with somebody, yeah, you ready to go through it. You understand? So, y'all take that jewel. I guess y'all will be able to skip the first video tomorrow, because the first video tomorrow, I'm going to be introducing the Brownsville method to everybody. But in the meantime, you know, it's great building with y'all as always. And I'm going to catch y'all tomorrow. Tomorrow I might be uptown with Infinite. I got to see what's going on. But I'm definitely going to see y'all tomorrow. Peace to the guys. Yo, Edwin Del Val, I got to work on that. I gotta start getting, I want to get a schedule, but I just get too caught up. But I'm going to get a schedule, though. Oh, man, I didn't even know y'all Motherland Garden still in here. 793rd. Me and 793rd, man. Look, we gotta listen to some music one day, man. When I see you, we gonna have to go through stuff. Why is you? I didn't know you was in here too, man. Peace to the guys. But I see y'all later.